into it, I mean, with so much already shown so far, I mean, 7 matches for the majority of our teams, you'd be expecting things to sort of level out, but you're making that run. You want to make sure you're in that position to qualify for the elimination bracket, at least in this position on the leaderboard. But UNSW, they really just want to solidify that position in the middle of the pack. They are sitting third currently, so if they can just hold on to that position a little bit longer. But then you come into a team like QUT sitting 10th currently, 3 points to their name. It's going to be a little bit harder to slow. Honestly, better than anything, they're going to be able to play spoiler potentially coming into tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they want to do, have some fun with it and, play spoiler if they can. Of course, the players for both sides, QUT, it's Computer Poopy, Vex, Spaghetti, don't have SSD and Nojo. University of New South Wales, meantime, it's Med, Agent, Crass, Frosty, and G. Nothing, of course, jumping out of where the R6 side of things for most of these players. I've noted a couple of times Crass is a usual player in the CS scene around the OCE, and he's picked up the R6 this time around the Uni League. Has looked all right, as of Uni of New South Wales, who want to sort of continue their rise up the table. They can't really jump as high as they would want to, but they want to stabilise themselves in that third position, considering the first and second spots have basically been taken at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be sort of hard to dislodge those front runners, but yeah, just jostling in the middle of the pack, looking for a bit better seeding going into that elimination bracket, playing in the playoffs without a second life, no double elimination. You got to be a little bit more onto it. But of course, coming into that one, Chalet, a staple of the Oceanic Siege scene and the Uni scene.
Yes, that it is. We'll get our band phase going for this one here, but yeah, Chalet tends to be a decider most of the time in these best of ones. We had a mix when we had Valorant last night, myself and Matsy. We had 4 different maps, of course, 4 there, as Blackbird and Mirror will get banned out. The other R6 broadcasts we've had, usually most of the time it does seem like we get Chalet, we get Bank. It seems to come back to the same sort of 3-2 maps that are there. Monty and his army will also be banned out, but perhaps we'll see some difference this evening as the picks will start to come through. We will get ourselves ready to lock and load for our first games of a League Play Match Day 5. Panda, let's get this one rocking and rolling.
Interesting stuff. You look at the attack staples of that attacking meta at the moment in the Shields, Black Beetle, and they've just been the most difficult attacks on the attacking side. The other one, notably, the Locks of Flax and possibly not going to be top 4 in the ban phase, or Ying either, surprisingly. But then you look at the defense bands as well. Mirror and that Azami, 2 operators that really enable you to hunker down in and around objectives, remove completely. So UNSW not going to have as hard a time pushing through some of these objectives. Does mean that QUT will have to get a little bit more creative on the defense.
That they will. And it'll be interesting to see how aggressive they might look to get early on, if they are just going to play the bunker towards sites here and not particularly, give Uni of New South Wales any, early plays inwards, at least to get themselves a player advantage. But as we stand, we are getting ourselves ready to get this one underway. Preparation phase done. And now we try and get this one rolling here. Back up. Jiggle peeking. Now these top sides here still has to get themselves actually set up properly. You see mostly playing grouping for this one. It does mean that there's already some players that are starting to make their way in pretty quickly here for Uni of New South Wales. Shielding off on that side. Nojo, meantime, is just going to control that stairs position. Play off some peaks. Uni of New South Wales, it's about finding those early picks, and that is exactly what they'll get. Crass will be the one to knock down Omega Vex. Not the start QUT were looking for. Still plenty of time left in the round, though, and Med is going to get Koopy knocked down as well. The Uni of New South Wales making their way in, doing the damage in this first minute. Already it's in a 5v3.
Yeah, I mean, taking out those key operators like the Mirror and the Azami, maybe enabling a little bit more for QUT here, but it just feels like UNSW brute forcing their way through. They've picked up some big information. Med as well on an absolute tear. These F2s really ripping through this QUT defense.
Yeah, now Nojo and Spaghetti. Whole lot of work to do. And still 90 seconds. So Uni of New South Wales, they can continue to just take their time into these sites, clear every angle they need to. Just be ready for the instant trades that they can just easily finish this one off here. Agent He spotted out. The shield is more just revealing at this point. Drone also dropped down and looking to see if there's going to be a flank there as Kraz will make it a double. Just like that, Agent finds Spaghetti. And Uni of New South Wales, that is the perfect start to this one. Flawless round.
Absolute domination there on the opening attack round here on Chalet. I mean, they did it by the numbers. It was just really, really smart stuff out of UNSW. They had that blitz just constantly up in the face of QUT, being that distraction factor, drawing so much attention. And then on top of it, you bring the Snake, you bring the Grim as well, and it's just constant information feeding through to the rest of the team. And with two capable fraggers like Med, or just Med in general, and then Crass on the back shoulder, they're always going to win those ones, especially with a blitz running interference.
So if you hear QUT, having to already think about how you're going to be playing into this next round here. Especially when you get flawless, no one really gets themselves warmed up whatsoever. Already the doubt in the back of the mind, you're coming into this one, knowing that you're going to be up against it. You never want to be starting off in a position like that. So, Uni of New South Wales did what they have to do to start things off. Is that a sign of how things are going to run with this best of one here? Or if QUT got a response to this second round? Preparations done. We get ourselves rolling in round number 2.
It's interesting. You look at the bands. So your usual suspects that you see banned away on the defense, Kaid being the most notable, not even being leaned into. Yeah, look, there is a lot of tools to deal with them nowadays, and being able to switch out onto an operator that then deals with them. But you can get incredibly creative with those artillery claws, just make that breach that much harder, and could potentially throw a bit of a spanner in the works towards UNSW, even potentially something along the lines of a clash. So I think QT, I mean, for the most part, like, their positioning's not bad. It's just, I feel like they're hamstringing themselves a little bit.
Yeah, which isn't exactly helping their case here. He starts to streak on down. Meantime, Jiggy outside. Looking to see if anyone from QUT might just reveal themselves. A quick fire into that smoke in front. Nothing doing on that end. Meantime, Med. What do you find in the stair positions? Another camera knocked down. They'll start their way up here. Agent to lead. And he should get at least that information on the first there. And then as they start dealing with that drone, it'll be the next ones to fall as well. So they start to close on in here, and Med will find that first one. Koopy does respond at least.
First kill on the board for QUT, but yeah, just a little bit of a lackluster defense, so not willing to go for that extension over towards that library position. But they do trade it out. They do get some great damage down onto Agent, who's then finished by Koopy as well, doubling down with that AR-15 of the tuber out, which is such a lethal weapon. And this is a much better place for them to play this round out from.
Yeah, much better positioning here, and now Med almost needs to win this 1v1 fight. Doesn't happen. Koopy's got the triple. Massive response here from QUT. Might have themselves 4. They get the jump, but they can't quite hit the shots. Jiggy lucky to survive. And Uni of New South Wales just given an opportunity here to maybe pull themselves back into this round. 60 seconds left on the clock. They absolutely can still do this.
1.5 versus 3. Unfortunately, Koopy not able to get the kill. Does get some decent damage out onto Jiggy. It will start to open that wall up. They don't have that blitz front line either, so it is just going to come down to raw gunfights off the back of whatever information they do have. And you look at these positions, looking at those openings, knowing full well where UNSW are going to be going for this full court press from.
They've got the angles covered. They just need to close out these kills. Koopy's done most of the heavy lifting, so now you just need one of Omega, SSD or Spaghetti. Just need to at least trade off with each other as time continues to kick. Uni of New South Wales running out of options here. They need to start pushing in. They will be revealed the first. SSD goes down, flashes high, and the Jiggy will actually get the plant off, it looks like, on the diffuser. So this is going to be a 2v2. They've given themselves a chance. Frosty gets Omega, and Spaghetti all of a sudden is all by their lonesome. QUT have let it slip, it seems. Spaghetti tries to flank around from the outside, hits Frosty. Beautiful shot, but Jiggy's ready for the instant refrag. And Uni of New South Wales, they basically steal that from under QUT's feet.
Yeah, unfortunately, QUT literally hamstringed themselves in that post-plant position. There was no one rotating below. The smoke wasn't in a position to get those canisters out to deny that plant behind the half wall. they had such a solid positioning lead, a 3-2. There's only one way that UNSW can get themselves into the site, and they're just allowed to waltz on through, unfortunately. So a little bit of an oversight. But UNSW, they're going to be just thanking the powers above in Rainbow Six Siege, old Tachanka, looking down on them favorably, allowing them to get that round done.
Now, QUT, I mean, that one has to hurt, considering they'd had control most of that round. Could be doing some fantastic work with that triple, and you just think back, if they were able to lock in that fourth, that was round pretty much done. Can't quite find it, and unfortunately does come back to haunt QUT. New South Wales looking to make this a clean 3-0 start. Got the momentum now, everyone finding the kills. Good spread across the board. We get ourselves into round number 4. Preparations have been done. What have QUT got? They showed enough in that last round. They need to start getting themselves some pressure, or putting some pressure here on the scoreboard.
I mean, they bring the Warden out this time and a Vigil, so that maybe giving a little bit too much respect to this blitz pick so far. Hopefully this Vigil can find some depth on Chalet, get down into that base and look for a cheeky little roam, and that's exactly... Okay, never mind. Anything they could have found is now in the bin, because the Boss G, it's usually only good for the one. You get the drop, you get that early pick, and from then on there, they do realise that it's probably best not to peek him.
Yeah, that one shot not quite landing. And here New South Wales will continue to make their way through here, and Spaghetti in a really awkward spot right now. Position known. We'll just fall back here to Noja around the stairs, so... Got the presence. Koopy watching down below. Spaghetti's actually going to go back down in towards that basement side. As Unit of New South Wales is clearing out the angles, getting the positions and everything set. They're not rushing into these ones. They are respecting, at least for the most part, QUT's starting the defensive ends. The utility starts to fly in, and they look to really get this push going.
The utility quite cleanly as well. Jumps into Piano. They've already got the position they need to march on towards this bomb site, not to mention the Grim dropping those hives out onto the mezzanine. So they're very, very aware of this player tucked in behind that shield. It's just about finding that utility to clear it out. Not to mention the Snake, and Agent finds the opening trade.
Med shots going off towards that stairs. Both players in the end were lucky to still be living, and QT just still wasting a bit of time here. Under 60 seconds. Made some decent headway in, but there's still angles and positions that need clearing out, and Omega's gone back up. This is a very difficult swing, but the timing impeccable. The shots land. Don't know if there's a second coming as they start to push in a bit more of Unity of New South Wales, but the more time it's dealt with this, it's taken away from actually trying to break into the site. Med will finally put them down, but Omega, they've done good work there.
Doesn't realise that there's two players sitting on that pillar, and Mezzanine overswings, looking for the player deep behind the pillar, not realising the Med was up in his face, but it's a team nade! Kras takes out the lead fragger of UNSW and then finds one immediately to make up for it.
Not exactly what Kras is after, and now they need to clutch up for this one. A mistake that might just cost them here, as there's only the 10 seconds, and they do not have the diffuser on them, so it's kills that need to be found. Koopy is not having any of it. And QUT will get there first on the board.
Yeah, I mean, a comical round from UNSW allows QUT to finally get themselves on the board. A bit of misplaying, mismanaging, but great utilisation of that clock for QUT. They wasted so much time. Made UNSW really work to clear out these defensive positions, and by the time they did, it just created a bit too much chaos for them to deal with cleanly.
Yeah, and we will see Blitz and Zanari banned out now, so QUT going for that Blitz ban, considering they were, well, as you said, Panda, they've been respecting possibly a bit too much what Unity of New South Wales has been throwing with that Blitz so far. But that one off the board. See a couple of changes on the picks here now as, yeah, look, if Unity of New South Wales, you just put what happened in the last round in the back of your mind. You sort of looked back towards that first round where you had that flawless start where everything seemingly came together perfectly. Challenge in that second. Third doesn't quite work out, and maybe they just need to possibly pick up the pace a little bit more. I mean, last two rounds, time works against them in the end. And yes, you got to do your clearances. Yes, you got to make sure that you're doing your due diligence to not allow any piece of utility to throw anything away and to clear all possible lurkers. But UT are getting comfortable now in this defensive side. And they make this an even game at 2 apiece after 4.
5 seconds left.
Not going to be switched out at the last second for Nash, and they bring in the Twitch as well. So I'm not even sure that they're bringing it necessarily for the utility. It just seems that Crass and Med both really like running the F2 at the moment. But that Denari ban, it was so integral in the defense on this site. I mean, you know, they really forced the ONSW to work for that win, but no longer an option. They've gone for the Thorn instead. So they're still leaning somewhat into this trap operator meta.
Med will start to enter. In the meantime, it's got a bit of damage. Not sure if that was actually from anyone down basements or if they've done that to themselves. As I think they're aware of at least where one's sitting there. Camera probably takes a little longer to be destroyed than you'd like there. The New South Wales squad. So it starts to put the utility over. Two players towards that position. Omega, well, they are done. Crass will knock them down. And they play off it beautifully as Agent just swings on the Nojo. They try to go back in for that refrag. And QUT, not the start they were after for this round.
I mean, losing a blitz and somehow they're already just swinging more decisively, more aggressively. So if anything, maybe it was restricting Agent to a point where it made it a little bit more contestable. But now that he's off the blitz and onto something a little bit more lethal, I say that, I've gone in caster costume. Koopy rips his head off.
Koopy has been doing the work for QUT and it continues here. Crash scored as well. A 5v3 equalised in a matter of seconds. And now, Uni of New South Wales, pressure right back on here. Still plenty of time in the round, but Koopy is proving to be a thorn in their sides right now.
Absolutely. 3 versus 3 as we hit that minute mark here in Chalet. This would be the tying round for QUT if they were able to deny away. They still have the smoke. They still have Koopy, who is absolutely ripping and tearing for UNSW's attack. And then, of course, that Thorn to boot, the Razor Blooms, if they're in the right place. If there's any chance, and no, unfortunately, don't have SSDs, gone.
Spaghetti also just in a horrible position right now as Jiggy will get that diffuser planted, almost copped it. But manages to push it through, and Med finding Koopy now. It is all just Spaghetti now. 1v3 required. They got the first on to Med. But everything working against them right now as they slowly try to keep forward. Somehow need to isolate these two fights. Where that one's playing around towards outside, but they're already at 20 seconds and they are sort of caught, not sure where to go. And Frosty is more than happy to deal with that one. University of New South Wales right back into the winner's book as they get themselves up to 3.
Yeah, I mean, a great rotate there to the top of these stairs, gets a better angle on it, plays a little bit deeper. Knows full well that Jiggy has the better position out on that balcony. So a great little post-plant rotation there from UNSW, knowing full well that they've got the better fraggers in that moment. But they do take themselves a third, a great little position for themselves, and no signs of slowing down that momentum either. There's a good chance this ends up being a 5-1 half.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to avoid here. If you QUT, I mean, it really has been Koopy doing the heavy lifting, and not to say that anyone else has not put themselves in positions to at least sign the kills, but this defense is at least running through them. You'd imagine when they switch sides, it's going to be the same sort of deal. So just need someone from that QUT squad to just come alive here, provide that secondary hold down option. Koopy can't do it all, and I mean, you look across at Uni of New South Wales, it is pretty even across the board. Med, of course, up to the 6, but then a couple of 4s there for Agent, Frosty and Crass with 3, Jiggy with 2. It's a real team line of kills to get into round number 5, and University of New South Wales, they've at least got this at the bare minimum, a 3-3 half. Now they look to try and drive home that advantage even further.
Again, my concern is that limited post-plant utility from QUT, all the eggs in the one basket on that smoke in the hands of Omega now, having switched the Malusi over to Spaghetti. Potentially could have found more utility in terms of the nitro cells, but not a single one picked up here for the defense.
No joke. Playing a dangerous game with the mid here. Shots fired from both ends, but Koopy again. It's doing the work here for QUT. Another kill there. They're up to 8. Frosty down out of that round early, so they've got player advantage on the defensive end. Can they hold it through this time, though? They just need to keep things at a bare minimum. And even trades, and no Joe. Lucky to get out of there for only a small period of time as Crass comes through with the double. SSD falls as well.
Absolute dismantling of QUT on this defense. Koopy seemingly the only bastion of resistance for this haggard side. Defense. A minute 20 left on the clock. Crash somehow turns it into a magnificent little 2-piece for himself, and they're still using that utility, getting that information, droning out these defensive positions of QUT, who feel like they are just holding on by fingernails at this point.
Drones in, revealing even more for Jiggy. Information that can pass on to the rest of this unit of New South Wales team. Omega playing up close. Maybe there's a chance they get at least one, but the reactions need to be quick. They get the opportunity, but Med hits them. Koopy does get Jiggy. So keeps the opportunity alive here. 40 seconds left on the clock. Med tries to make an opening from above. Both to play for possibly that afterplant position, but they still need to get that diffuser down. They know where one's sitting right now, but Spaghetti does find Crass, and both these players still above, but Agent finally will shut down Spaghetti. Those openings do the work, and now Koopy is left to do it all in a 1v2.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just quickly crunched the numbers there while you were chatting, Haz, and I think Omega hits that shot sometime next Tuesday. Unfortunate position, but if anyone on this QU team was going to be able to do it, it is going to be Koopy. 5 seconds to go, but Med locked in and locked on, watching over his teammate planting that diffuser. Great kill and a great round.
Yeah, Union New South Wales now up to 4, and well, I wouldn't say it's been anything but dominant. I mean, that first round was flawless. Everything since then, though, they've had to work for it. QUT have had their opportunities on this defensive side, and I mean, look, you look back to that gunfight that Omega had. Reactions are there, just a little bit quicker. They get that kill, all of a sudden, we're telling a different story where it is a 3v3. They have to deal with that more. But again, I mean, Koopy's doing the heavy lifting. 9 kills, another 2 in that round. Spaghetti chimed in with 1. As did SSD, but has not been enough for them so far. New South Wales continue on their merry way, trying to make this a 5-1 half, or we switch things over.
Here we go. A little bit more utility in terms of that post-plant countering of UNSW. 2 nitro cells out, the Valkyrie and the Mute here. So information gathering on top of information denial. Trying to play this game a little bit more preemptively in the final round of the half. The IQ coming out for Jiggy means that UNSW are going to be well aware of the position of this utility. They're not going to be lacking for that info by any stretch of the imagination, especially when you consider there's a Grim and a solid snake on top of it.
What the QUT have to do here? Try and at least make this keep this an attainable game. 2-4 half. Again, a lot of eyes will just be towards Koopy and what they're able to find, but if they go down early without finding the impact, that's when you look at the rest of the QUT roster. You have to ask who is going to be that next person to call upon to try and change things up here. They're slowly starting to make their way forward. This fight's not far away from these corners. Not to clear out towards Koopy's position. They push them out, and Crass just domes them. Jiggy pushing forward as well. Spaghetti does respond at least. And Crass doesn't quite hit that one. As they try to get out. Oh, they try and they actually do manage to escape that one. But in the meantime, Agent finds Nojo. And Uni of New South Wales once again find themselves in a player advantage.
What a comedy of errors here. Oh, Crass. He's not slowing down. Spaghetti just eats more damage. But it starts with that shield going down. No utility to cover. Don't have SSD though. We'll find one back. 2 versus 3 as well. Doable. They've got the utility. They've got a Nitro cell there in the pockets of Omega. If you can find the timing for that, if you can find an angle for that, maybe it's workable, but the shots ring out. Unfortunately, don't have SSD. Gets caught wanting.
Omega hearing all of this right now. If they peek up any further here, well, they actually probably get the kill for that one. They do onto Agent, and a second as well. All of a sudden, it's a 1v1. He walks into it and almost gets it as well. The Uni of New South Wales meant to shut it down. And again, QUT, it's a case of close but no cigar as they end the half down 4 rounds at 1-5.
Yeah, UNSW, I think, again, probably gave a little bit too much away there in that round. They could have done it a little bit cleaner, but the start was systematic, if nothing else. They completely dismantled that second floor defense, worked their way on through it. If not for a valiant attempt from Omega, that would have just been a steamroller of a round.
Yeah, it's just little things, unfortunately, for QUT. And Uni of New South Wales just doing the basics better so far. And now the chance to lock this one up. Possibly in just 2 rounds' time. They'll start on the defensive end. We see Mira and Thatcher as the secondary bands there. Seems to be a whole lot more of the same there, Panda, with the bands. But we get ready to start this second half. I mean, what do QUT have to change here as we look to see what they can find, at least on their attacking sides here?
Oh, it's hard to say, really.
Attackers need to
It
locate
just
and
feels like they aren't
bomb.
potentially utilising the depth and breadth of an operator pool that is available to them. But now they do have that repick option available. Being on the attacks, they can potentially play around some more of the defensive positions. I think realistically, yeah, you do want that twitch coming through for Omega. I think you're going to find huge value if you can get the shot thrown to the right place and clear out. Especially those whammo magnets are going to be so integral on the defense here on the second floor.
Deployed. Laser gate in place.
10 seconds remaining.
See what QUT can present here.
5 seconds to insertion.
Start this second half. Wonder if Uni of New South Wales, how aggressive would you like to be here? Anyone for an early peek through one of the windows? Doesn't seem like it's going to be on the cards, at least for this one here. Mostly just be setups. Frosty doing some late reinforces here, but hey, well, I was going to say, reveal at least a couple opening up there early. And I was depending on what Frosty wants to keep looking for that one. Drone's actually been hitting out in their direction, so their position, sort of known. Crass in the meantime, patrolling towards the downstairs area. Frosty in playing this position close, and QUT, they're not quite into the building yet, but they're starting to make their way through in a couple of areas now.
It'll be interesting to see if the QUT attack does have a chance to evolve at all. It feels like, again, that it's a little bit one-dimensional, the approach that they've looked to bring here. Open, the answer is going to be brute forcing through. I don't think UNSW are going to give them that opportunity. You just look at the setup, you look at the angles that they're playing and the operators that they bring, it is going to have to be a systematic clean-up from QUT. A minute 45 on the clock here. They've only got the 4 drones remaining, so they are going to be struggling for that information aspect.
I guess this is the thing for them. They're looking to see if anyone from New South Wales presents themselves first. They just give them that player advantage before they hit in. It's just not coming through, though. The Agent's got a pretty sick angle there, although their position should be found out there with that drone, so that gives them the idea they could possibly push forward on top of that. Frosty tries to get those shots back through the D to that, and they are going to be set upon their agent. So nicely worked there from QUT. The problem they have is the time is pretty low. They get another one back, and Crass can only find the one, and all of a sudden 4v2, Crass and Mid find themselves with a bit of work to do to try and get this up to 6.
Unfortunately, it's the two top fraggers for UNSW, so for QUT it is far from a done deal by any stretch. A lot of waiting, a lot of biding time, and it's a strategy that clearly has worked. QUT just able to funnel UNSW to some really horrendous positions, take down some big players. And with 45 on the clock, the job is far from done. They look to clear out space for a cheeky plant attempt here as they push up through Solar. But where are Mid holding? Where's Mid holding? Where's Crass holding? They've got some absolute weapons in hand. Spaghetti goes for a cheeky smoke plant in the main bedroom. They deny it all.
They can't. Crass will eventually get their double for the round onto SSD, but there's still work to do now. This retake is going to be a difficult one. It slowly starts to creep into these angles here.
Oh.
And Spaghetti will shut that down. So the first one there, and all of a sudden it's all on Crass. Information to be passed across. They know at least the one. They get the damage, but not the kill. Nojo doesn't really have to keep peeking this. Crass has to push forward, and there's just too many angles, too much time to get this one done here. Taps, nothing comes out, and this is well played from QUT. They are going to get their second round on the board as Crass attempts to do what they can. They might get at least a couple on the way out, but that is about it there. Fourth. Can't get it all, though.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, overwhelming odds. Not necessarily a strategy that's going to work every time, but it certainly worked that time. And it might just give QUT the momentum they need to really step into the second half with some real intensity. UNSW just felt overwhelmed throughout the entirety of that round. I mean, you look at it, they had a great little position there covering that display window underneath the stairs. They even had a player on Solar stairs providing that extra bit of coverage, but they jumped in. The player in Kitchen just gets completely overwhelmed from their position. They then dismantle the Thorn that is holding the Solar stairs, and it's just an absolute wash from that point on.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, New South Wales kind of played into it in a sense. I mean, you said or pointed out the fact that QUT actually didn't really have a whole lot of drones to get that last bit of information, but the 4 they had was enough. I mean, they managed to isolate that first fight they wanted on towards Agent, and then because of that, New South Wales, they try to get their other players or the other positions into a more aggressive one to sort of save where the Agent is to try and get that refrag back. They get one, but then QUT, numbers in their favour, they set upon it well. And then they're able to close out the 4v2 as now into round number 8. New South Wales looking to try and get themselves straight back onto the winners list here, get some map and series points on the board. QUT looking to try and get themselves 2 in a row. Something we haven't seen for them so far tonight.
I mean, look at it. Mid and Crash both hitting double digits so far as we head into the 8th round currently. They brought a Legion, which is going to hamper that progress pretty significantly, or not to mention the Mozzie as well, which is going to hamper the drone information gathering. Has been a little bit lacking in the one round that we've seen already. You'd hate to think it potentially cost them going into the later stage of this map either. But the attack, oh, what a shot from Koopy. This guy, he does lose a shoulder blade, but he gets the head.
And taking down Med as well, that is exactly the type of frag you want coming out from your top fragger there. Dealing with Uni of New South Wales so far, their best alongside Crass. So the pressure just starts to mount a little here. QUT, another opener into this round. Starting to work their way into this one nicely. And if you're Uni of New South Wales, all of a sudden, pressure just starts to ramp up a little. Someone needing to respond here. Couple of kills back just to get themselves back into a decent position. And Crass is that individual. They're 11th. That was the diffuser dropped as well through that one. So 90 seconds and we're back on even terms.
Yeah. Nojo, though, arguably less of a loss than you'd say for Mid, who's 10 kills to his name. Crash finds a gunfight. Doesn't exactly go his way, but it's no clear victor on either side of that coin. Does win the second time around. Don't have SSD gone. That's your Capital too. So any sort of plant enabler definitely going to be lacking from here on out.
Crass utility's been thrown at this, and QT desperately trying to clear him out. But he's still staying alive. He might have himself a third. Oh, he unscopes at the worst possible time. C4 out. Oh, it finds Koopy. This could be on for the ace here. He knows with his second or the next one's waiting. They start to try and jump in on the other side there. There will be at least one for Spaghetti onto Frosty. 33 seconds, though. They just don't really have the time, you feel, to get this one done. They have to start rushing it in. And the players here from Uni of New South Wales are in the perfect setup, and Crass still has not been found. They will get him now, but does he go down? Yes, he will. 20 seconds. Maybe, just maybe, they can pull this off.
Got his pants around the ankle. Do they have any idea, any inkling? It's the agent just waiting. They've got two in backstock here for UNSW. 8 seconds to go. It's going to be a hot drop into the side, the swing. Oh, it's over the mezzanine balcony. This one, though, down the hatch. Omega just feeds into the scope of agent. And there's just no time remaining for the push. An unfortunate turn of events for QUT, who bleed yet another round due to the clock. It looked like it was maybe going to be Crass on for his ace after being denied at the round previous, but no, his teammate's still there picking up the slack.
Yeah, Crass doing the work there after Koopy had found that opener onto Med. We wondered where that refrag would come from, and Crass has been keeping pace with Med throughout, both of them. Pulling the strings nicely here for Uni of New South Wales as they have themselves 4 map and match points. Get themselves the victory here on a Friday evening. UT, give credit to Spaghetti, they have definitely awoken since earlier in this game, but just not really happening enough consistently here for QUT. There's been moments, flashes of brilliance. Uni of New South Wales has just been consistent throughout, and we look towards, of course, the scoreboard side. Nojo still yet to register a kill. They might only have the one more chance here, so hopefully they can change that scoreboard around.
Again, one of these drones being cleared out. 3 already gone in that prep phase. Is a chunk of information now denied from QUT as the round begins. You're looking at the trap operators, Thorn, Goyo, and that smoke to boot. On top of it, Denari, who, I mean, look, yeah, look, we'll give him the title of a trap operator, but not quite in the same sense as the likes of your Thorn or your Goyo.
UT slowly starting to make their way in, and Nojo is on. Yes, we asked, and we have received. As Nojo shuts down Crass, so man at the bottom of the scoreboard knocks down the one at the top, and a nice opening kill. QT once again have that first one there, and oh dear, Agent misses the initial spray. SSD jumps on top of it, and just like that, QT looking very nice here as they've got themselves into a 5v3 position. Med's being cornered as well. Problems here for Uni of New South Wales.
There's all smoke and mirrors. Great little push there from Games to catch the player sitting on library stairs. Med in a huge amount of trouble as the floor is quickly turning to lava around them. He is being surrounded every single play that he looks. Sees the player below. Don't have SSD, is gone. Your butt going for that 3-level clear with that skeleton key. Punished heavily by the TCSG. Oh, there you go. Coop finally gets the trade.
Seemed inevitable it was going to happen, and now Jiggy and Frosty, if they want to close this here, it has to be these two. As Jiggy will find that first one onto Koopy, so they can absolutely get this one done. Omega has got the defuse planted, but they will sacrifice themselves for it, and they must just even go for this. A tap for that side. Frosty coming alive, and all of a sudden it is just Spaghetti. The counter defuse coming through, and Jiggy shuts it all down. Uni of New South Wales will take it. And QUT, once again, an opportunity there, Panda, but they cannot lock it away.
Yeah, I mean, UNSW, coming into this match, you hate to say that it was written in stone before the game even begins, but this was a 3rd versus 10th matchup, so it was always very heavily UNSW pilled coming into the matchup. To their credit, QUT did have a couple of rounds where they really put on a valiant effort, and Coop really dug his heels in with the help of Spaghetti, especially going into that second half. Unfortunately, just at the end of the day, it wasn't enough.
No, unfortunately not. Crass and Med as well for Uni New South Wales. The star performers there. And of course, we see Jiggy at the end with some fantastic clutch kills to bring them back from a 4v2 situation. And guys, that's our first match done. But we've still got 3 more best of ones to go this evening. So don't go anywhere. Myself and Panda and more R6 AEL Uni action. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Well, AEL Uni R6 about to get underway as we've already completed one game for the evening, second about to get started. Panda, well, it was an interesting 7-2 scoreline that came the way for New South Wales over QUT, but now, of course, we look to our second game. It's Swinburne up against RMIT.
Yeah, I mean, look, a matchup that is essentially middle of the pack. Not quite, but there's about 4 points separating the two teams. It's a 6th versus 9th position matchup in the grand scheme of things. And I'll be honest, I can't really look at these names and say, yeah, I absolutely recognize this person. But sometimes those matches are the most entertaining ones. These unknown quantities coming into a matchup like this, coming into a tournament like this where, you know, the expectations aren't through the roof. You're not qualifying for a major, you know, you're not looking to raise the hammer. It's just a good local community collegiate competition, and some players get that opportunity to shine and really run with it.
That they do. And speaking of the players, we'll start with the Swinburne side of things. It's Millie Sampson's side, Delta 220 or 220 if you really want to pronounce it all like that. And Gantz for RMIT, Mblaff, Jim, Melko, Kinzo, Lenotus. And yes, I mean, as you said, it is sort of just one of those, you know, you're having a bit of fun with this one. These two teams aren't really up there when it comes to the top of the table. You could say technically Swinburne around that. They do have the 3 wins at the moment. The round difference, of course, working against them a little. But technically speaking, if they had an overtime win in their favour, they might even be sitting in third, as all things speak right now. But as it stands, look, they should have the edge, you'd imagine, here over RMIT, who just haven't really got themselves so going so far into this year. They've had their opportunities, but they have only registered the 1 win. But it's 1 win on there. Going to try and double that up to 2, as we're not too far away from getting things underway. I believe most players are about in the lobby. And we are, well, there you go. Absolutely great timing there. We're going to Chalet again. We're back. You know, 2 in a row. I think Panda,
2 nights stay. Beautiful.
We're going to aim for 4 this evening. Going to happen.
Look, well, for a good long while, OCL in Oceania stood for the Oceanic Chalet League. We were big fans of it for some reason. I couldn't quite understand. But yeah, look, it's going to be at least a overnight stay here. We are going to be returning. Swinburne, RMIT. Looking to ban phase. I mean, Monty, Dockerby stand out as 2 very big picks. Azami on the defense. Yep. So, solid picks so far. I mean, Kaid, one that also stands out. Ying, some very, very big band priority operators that could be taken out.
We'll soon find out for this one. The final band should make its way through here. And it will be Ito and also Mira. We've seen a fair bit of that as well.
Yeah, absolutely
As
makes sense.
I was going to say, it's like we did lose a player, unfortunately, during that section there, so we might just be going to a quick pause with this one while we just sort through a little bit of an issue. Hopefully that one shouldn't be too far away and we'll get back underway with this game. But, I mean, just going off those bands, it's mostly what you'd see, I mean, expect so far. It's kind of the same thing we leaned into the first game as well. It's just really the usual for both the attacking and defensive bands there from both teams.
Yeah, I mean, looking at what was already being shown, once again, leaning into that trap-heavy operator lineup on the defense. There was a Frost even on top of it all, which, I mean, again, has somewhat waned in terms of popularity, but far from waning in terms of effectiveness. Those welcome mats really potent in the right place, and it seems to be that, you know, the dumber the spot you put it in, the more effective it's going to be, because no one's expecting it to be there.
Yeah, then that's what they'll be hoping at least to play against here. I mean, look, from what we saw of the Chalet side, I guess the main thing is going to be, look, wherever you're starting on the defensive end, I feel like it's actually going to be those attacking rounds that are going to become so much more important for these teams. I mean, we saw QUT where they had those opportunities on the defensive side to shut things down early. I feel like the same is going to be sort of said here for RMIT, where, you know, they're a team that's expected probably to lose this one against Swinburne, but if they can just actually convert those early rounds, if they can convert player advantages, those opportunities, you know, there's a good chance they can make something out of this.
Absolutely. I mean, there's possibilities galore that, especially at this stage in the competition, maybe a little bit of a deep run here from the likes of RMIT. I mean, they're not totally out of the running for that playoffs conversation either. It would have to be a couple of convincing wins, to round out competitive play. But you look at the spread, like I said, only 4 points separating this position. They just need to, and they would, if they get 5 points from this point on, they would potentially knock Swinburne out of potential playoffs position. So it is going to have to be a bit of a slog. I think technically UTS has the better position to try and snipe away that last playoffs position. So there is going to be a bit of a crawl to try and snipe 6th place away.
Yeah, look, that's what the teams are trying to be chasing for, at least to get themselves a little bit higher, as we're not too far away from getting things back underway, I believe. The other players seem to have put themselves back in the lobby. We're just making sure everything's all ready to go before getting this one through. Of course, if you are joining us for the first time, it is Swinburne versus RMIT coming up here. First game of the evening was Uni of New South Wales over UUT. It was 7-2 on Chalet, which is where, of course, we're going for this one as well. But, look, I don't think we did it for the first map, but do we have an actual outright prediction what we're thinking score-wise for this one?
Oh, I think, to be fair, I think if I'm being perfectly honest, being a bit blunt, QUT maybe got a round more than I anticipated they would. But for this one, given the spread, 6th versus 9th, I think this could be a 7-4, more than likely, in favour of Swinburne, given their recent performance.
That's what we're going to be finding out at least. As well, everyone's in. Everyone seems at least stable in the lobby. So we are going to get ourselves looking into our first round of this one. Swinburne on that defensive side. RMIT, of course, on the attack. And I should not have opened my mouth, clearly.
Classic. The inevitable, the ineffable caster's curse. And, okay, well, I mean, the call has been made by Swinburne to just run it. They're going to commit. They're going to say, yeah, look, we're confident enough in the 4v5 that we will play this round out.
Yeah, look, if they're happy, though, we'll go ahead with it. RMIT, well, now you don't particularly have as many excuses here. You have an extra player. Are they able to convert off it?
Oh, look,
will
my
to be
near
seen.
6 years of commentating Rainbow Six and every other esport in Oceania, they'll find an excuse, trust me.
Look, I mean, yeah, their ping's probably bad as well. Everyone's actually just about to disconnect from the lobby, but
and when in
we'll
doubt,
see.
the stars are not in position for fragging, unfortunately.
No. We'll find out. At least to start this one off, how Swinburne, well, how are you going to play this on the defensive end? I mean, you're short a player. I feel like you probably just have to get a little more aggressive here to see if you can just find that equaliser. Then you can just start to fall back to sides, or perhaps you just play completely dead. I mean, you can see a few of the players are starting to get themselves into some at least decently aggressive positions here. Notice they're opening up something there, or they're just firing some shots at their teammates to possibly wake them up. One of the two.
Potentially, either way. But I think realistically, with the operator draft that is there for Swinburne, they've got the tools to actually work this quite comfortably in a 4 versus 5. With an Ella, with a Frost, with a Thorn, and a Malusi. I mean, all these trap operators, especially with Gantz, on a deep roam in the basement, a late pinch could completely devastate RMIT.
Tracker on our style.
Beverages has got himself one information with one up close there. RMIT, they've only got the 60 seconds left on the clock. I mean, they've done decently enough to clear most of what they need out. They wouldn't mind some verticality, at least from the bottom areas, just to make sure that they've got all angles covered, especially when you do have that one extra player. And now make it to Melko puts down side, and there should be another to follow up there. Melko, in fact, with a double. Could be a triple. They spot it closely. Not quite coming through there. Jim Beverages find Gantz, and all of a sudden, really that all that remains. The notice will hit it, and RMIT are on the board first.
Yeah, Delta was in and out again before the round even played out. Yeah, maybe, look, yeah, hubris, I think is the best way to describe that. Swinburne were very confident going into that round that they could handle the 4 versus 5, and well, RMIT came in and proved that, well, they could handle anything but the 4 versus 5. He did join briefly there towards the tail end of that round. It's going to be interesting to see if they can actually get him back in, or what the call is here from Swinburne, because I'd like to say you could feel that there was a player missing from that round, but you really couldn't.
No, I feel like even if that was the 5v5, yes, I mean, could have been a whole lot different story if things were able to work out in that position, but overall, RMIT, they made sure, even with that player advantage, that they put through everything they needed to. It was incredibly just solid across the board. Elko was the one to open it up with the double. And then Jim Beverages chimes in as well. As Delta, well, they're trying as they might to get themselves in here. They got back, well, didn't even say I don't think they joined, but again, they left. So clearly some issues happening there, which is a bit unfortunate. Hopefully we'll be able to rectify it. So we do have it still 5v5. Otherwise, RMIT, if it is that 5v4, Panda, and that continues on like it did, this one might not be going for too long.
Yeah, unfortunately, playing at a 4v5 at the best of times is really rough, and then losing the round like they did to start things off probably chips away at that, confidence a little bit more, undermining what they may have been looking to bring in, especially, Siege, which is such a team-driven game. If you aren't having all 5 members there communicating effectively and providing that information, it is noticeable.
And it is. Well, this is always the fun part of this. Oh, okay. Swinburne may be going for the 3v5 now. And a 2.
One. Okay,
and a
so
1.
You'd have to imagine with all of them leaving that it is going to be a quick rehost to get them all back in. Because, again, you really wouldn't want to play a match like this at this stage in the competition as a 4v5.
No, so we are going to attempt that rehost, so hopefully that won't be too long, guys. But in the meantime, we are just going to throw this one to a quick break. When we return, we should have our second game here between RMIT and Swinburne to bring to you. Seems we got ourselves back into the action here. Swinburne, of course, took the first round, and RMIT have, well, seemingly got everything fixed out. We have a sub. Look like they're coming in, but, well, I think we're hearing from production. Everything's broken, which is what we love to hear. Good old R6 being R6 right now, but, look, we're getting there, slowly but surely. The second round, it's coming, guys. Don't you worry.
Yeah, we were living the old ancient parable, you know, two brothers, and the father said, whoever source comes in first loses out, and so Swinburne gets the round, but it secretly was RMIT's all along, so they win. Yeah, look, we'll get that sorted. Yeah, look, there's only so much you can really break down of a team who opted to do a 4v5 and then really didn't do much on that 4v5. I think they were thrown for a loop. Then it was just made worse by the fact that RMIT didn't even pull their punches. They came in swinging for the fences, off rip, and yeah, you could tell that was a little bit jarring for Swinburne.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, these things do happen sometimes. Of course, now going back to the teams, mostly the same. As we said, Devious Bagel has been the sub in there, so it's now Millie Sampson's side, Devious Bagel, Gans. RMIT remained the same. In Left Jim, Melko, Kinzo, and Lenotis. Melko, of course, the star of the show for RMIT in that opening round, the double to get things rolling in what was a flawless, called a flawless anyway, 4 kills. It is basically... Again, there's not much you can really talk about for that round there, but for Swinburne, look, you get a chance to at least to sort of mentally reset a little here. Yes, it's going to be difficult with Devious Bagel having to sub in, but, you've been playing with this teammate at least in scrims, if they have been doing them, of course, so I'm sure Devious will be ready to rock and roll for this one here.
I mean, like, if nothing else, you got to respect the willingness to just say, let's just do it, let's go for it, let's see what happens. Even if it does end the way that it did, just that willingness to get stuck in, get on with it, and not waste any time, because the more time you sit around doing not much of anything, the more you get in your own head and the chance that it throws you off. So I think for most players, it's a case of, well, it's game time, let's just get into the game, let's get things started and see what happens from there.
Yes, that's what we'll find out, of course. I mean, for RMIT, look, you've taken that opening round. You'd very much like to continue on the way that it was going. Of course, it's hard to gauge how the second round is going to look with that 5v5 now. But, I mean, at least going off that opening attack side, the way that they did hit it in, solid enough where they were able to just sort of, play with that one player advantage. But I think at least the thing for me that I liked was just the drone setup and just the pace. I think allowing themselves the opportunity to really just close in. Don't get that set up for Swinburne, because again, look, Swinburne sitting above them in the standings, even if it's a 4v5, you're still going to be leaning towards them, but they really just didn't get a look in at all.
Yeah. I think realistically, not revealing too much in the grand scheme of things, so I don't think Swinburne probably stressing on that much. It's a singular round. Rainbow Six Siege, as you and I both know, it's not really a game of singular rounds. Look, it can be, very much can be. There have been games that, a single round is completely, blowing things wide open or caused the implosion of a team's mental, but I would imagine Swinburne at this stage of the competition is not something they're that worried about.
Well, we wouldn't have thought so, as we get ourselves ready now to load into round number 2. So everyone's here. We've fixed up all the ones. Let's get ourselves ready to rock and roll here for this second one here.
Attackers have located a bomb.
As the setups will begin. This is the thing for Swinburne they have to try. And just, well, mentally reset. I guess the best thing, of course, you've only done the one round, so you don't have to worry too much about having to pull a massive comeback of any sorts. To see where they're going to be playing Devious Bagel for this one, of course. Yeah, going to be starting, or the second round, of course, is going to be on that first floor.
5 seconds to insertion.
Playing around kitchen side. RMIT.
Attackers are heading out to the
First round, we'll say it was a little bit of a gift that Swinburne have managed to just, present to them. Perhaps it might be the only one for this evening. We are going to be finding out now as we start to get ourselves loaded right into the round.
Yeah.
As RMI to get themselves going.
Interesting. So he was a very heavy trap operated, line up for the first round at Swinburne. Whether or not that's the case, if they've deliberately done that to try and throw off RMIT or what, but in the second, it's definitely a little bit different. Yeah, the Frost is still there, as is the Ella, but they bring a Jaeger and a Bandit as well on top of that smoke. But you're looking at the Blitz already in position. They want to go aggressive, looking to pop that hatch so that he can get himself down, and then Thatcher there as well, and that Deimos. So a nice amalgamation of enabling that breach as well as information gathering. And there you go, Thatcher out. They're going to open that office wall and look to get things started. Oh! The Bandit trick.
The Bandit trick indeed stops that one from happening. Oh, just a swing on out. It's going to cop a fair amount of damage to that one. Versatile opening they wanted to get together. Swinburne delaying that for the time being. In fact, are we going to see any of it? There's a Notice tries to get the pace up. Doesn't work out in the meantime as well. Samson's also found Kinzo. RMIT seemingly being brought right back down to earth here. So they've got to try and swing this one around in a 5v3.
Yeah, I mean, look, doable to the side of RMIT, but you look at Swinburne stuck in and Cider ready, making himself a nuisance. Gantz, ripper of a shot there on the Blaff, takes down the Thatcher to boot. Samson for a double, and what was an absolute wash of round one turns back in violent tide. Melka will get his one, but a 1 versus 4 with a minute on the clock. All that Swinburne need to do is hold these angles.
That they do. Malco, of course, the double in the first round, and has at least avoided this being a flawless from Swinburne to answer right back. Let's have some positioning on those drones, but RMIT, Melko, well aware they are in a whole heap of bother. And I was going to say the shoulder for half a second is seen. Time is just going to be the enemy here. Swinburne not needing to do anything. The moment Malco attempts to jump through, that should do that. Or at least force out and fight on the skies. 17 seconds on the clock. Firing some shots. Diffuser in front. It was a miracle world would this happen. I don't think it's going to be this one, unfortunately. Melko will go down. Samson finds it, and Swinburne have got their first on the board.
Yeah, I mean, look, in all honesty, Swinburne answer back with a very impressive round given how that game started for them. So even you got to respect, they dig in their heels, they find some impressive picks to start things off, and from there, RMIT left reeling.
Yeah, and just a complete tone shift as well, considering, you know, the first round, you can say, of course, Swinburne are missing that one player. RMIT, you know, they're probably not thinking as much Swinburne is in for that round. They're already looking towards the second. But yeah, like, for that kind of response to come through is massive. RMIT just a bit lost at sea there. You can see the ideas where they got to start opening up, where they had that Thatcher. It actually gets stopped, and then Lenotis playing the shield, and he just gets a little too aggressive, thinking that maybe that smoke is going to be covering him a lot more. Gets taken down, and from there, it just seemed to all fall one by one. Melko had a little bit there to show at the end with the double. Well, that was basically it for Swinburne. Pretty flawless round from them.
Yeah, you can already see RMIT having adjusted, anticipating a little bit more aggression out of Swinburne. They do bring in the Nomad of the line, looking for a bit of information, or further information than what they had on top of the Blitz.
And to see our RMIT had to play into this one. Last round, fall into pieces pretty quickly. And now having to sort of rethink their approach for this one here. Notice again, playing forward on that shield. Melko getting some decent information. Going through the cameras, nothing on show there. Samson's, of course, the 3K in the last round, playing that stairs side. For RMIT, it's about finding that opener here. Nothing to work with. As the group start to make their way in towards these sites.
Minute gone. Swinburne if nothing else, but in that time. But it's an interesting strategy. 4 deployable shields and a bulletproof camera. Not one that I've seen all too often. Usually it's you're running 4 nitro cells or 4 barbed wire or something along those lines. But it is going to burn a decent amount of utility, which is significantly lacking for RMIT, I must say. They do not at all have very reliable ways, other than a couple of frag grenades here for Kinzo, to get these shields out of the way, and maybe if they want to commit an air jab to try and push someone through it. But it is Belko, finds the first. Devious Bagel down.
The super sub not going to be doing much in this round as Melko. That's their third. Plus a double in the first round. They're up to 5. I might say it's that opener. The problem, of course, as you stated there, Panda, is the fact they just don't really have the utility, seemingly, to have much of an effect here. But if they can just keep hitting their shots, that won't matter. Milito and Gantz are making it a problem. Samson's as well. All the timing's perfect, and just like that, it's a 4v2. 45 seconds, desperately trying to get one black, and Mblaf will deliver. But now problems from RMIT, time against them, and they need to start getting down to these sites.
Absolutely, 33 seconds is a very, very tough situation, especially when there is a smoke still in play, and that's not even accounting for any frost mats. But look at the pings coming out for MLY. Do they have any inkling? They do. He falls himself back towards the site, and you can see Gantz as well just sprinting off to that 90 corridor, getting in position, potentially looking to cut off a flank with 10 seconds left to go. It has to be a push, and it has to be a push now. RMIT out of the fireplace. One drop by Gantz. It's Mblaf down. And Lenotis, not the player you want in the clutch situation. A 1v3, and MLY will secure another round for Swinburne.
Yeah, I mean, RMIT, they got that opener, and it looked like they will... Basically, it was just getting set up for that next hit, for that last 50 seconds to really get into the site. And just as they do, Swinburne collapsed from 3 different directions, hit all their shots, swinged around perfectly. Now RMIT find themselves with a couple of problems as we come to our final band here of the first half.
Yeah. I mean, look, Swinburne, almost a sacrificial round to start the game off. They're saying, yeah, we'll play the 4v5. It'll be perfectly fine. They then lose it without getting a single kill for themselves, and then proceed to win the next 2. Blitz Warden banned out. So almost both teams sort of reading into what, was the struggle point for each of them. RMIT saying, oh, this, we want to enable this blitz a little bit more, ban the warden, and then on the other side of the coin, the Swinburne's like, we really don't want to deal with the blitz, so almost feeling like they just counters each other out.
Yeah, which, I mean, if we're going off what we've seen the last couple, Swinburne are not really going to mind that. They don't lose a huge amount, they'll feel, in the way they can still play this defensively. Again, for RMIT, you take solace in the fact, yes, you did find that opener. It's just about more, I think, having that utility ready to go, or having a bit more there for that final hit, and maybe picking up the pace a bit more. You're leaving that to the 60 seconds. Maybe you try and get towards the sights a bit quicker, that 80 and 90, force Swinburne to really either to bunker down deeper or to try and force them out to find those early fights, and then they have to just be ready for the trades, unfortunately. That didn't happen the last. We'll try and fix it up for this one as they look to tie us up at 2 apiece.
Okay, so the Warden band maybe not reading into enabling the blitz. In fact, you'd imagine it's likely enabling what Kinzo's now brought to bear, which is, of course, that Ying, a truly terrifying operator to try and deal with. They do have a Jaeger, so there is a chance maybe, just maybe, a couple of those Candelas get caught by those ADS traps if they're put down in the right place. But realistically, this is why Ying is such a heavily banned attacking operator.
Okay, some decent information there before the drone does get taken down. Doesn't want to quite swing in just yet before taking that stairs fight. We appreciate some more backup there. Oh, bye. Gantz. Playing together there, and Mblaf copping a fair bit, and Millie will find themselves the first as well. Nate does force them back right into Kinzo, so puts it back to the 4v4. Mblaf has been dropped in the meantime, though. Should be able to recover just. They're in a really awkward spot, and I was going to say, Kinzo does go for it. Does get Mblaf up, so short in HP, of course, but RMIT managed to get that back to the 4v4.
Technically, cost them a health deficit, if anything, to get Mblaf up, but it now means a 4v4 ineffectivity in this game. A headshot can be that difference maker, not to mention the fact that Blackbeard is such a nuisance to try and clear out. They don't have that explosive utility. They only had the one nitro. They don't have impact to deal with him now. So it is going to have to come down to either, you know, a Razor Bloom, a Frost Mat, or a Grismont to really throw a spanner in the works. But knocking on this door is Devious Bagel. Has the shotgun, but it's a 1-for-1. Enzo taken down, but so Samson. Devious Bagel falls to this Blackbeard on life support. Player coming up. Solar Stairs, but it costs him his life. Reading into the flank, only to turn his back and present it to Thorn.
Have to say, though, Mblaf's done their job, considering the HP and considering the sacrifice that was put in to get the pickup, finding that kill, and Skyder's in a really awful spot now. They know exactly that position there. They're still trying to figure out exactly where Gantz is residing before they hit into that one, and Gantz is going to be coming from behind just a little bit later. Right. Still trapped around this corner, but Gantz comes in, and Skyder hits it as well. Just what they were looking for. And Swinburne are going to make that 3 on the trot here. And RMIT, they have some problems right now.
Yeah, Hayes, look, I think that's maybe putting it a little bit lightly. All of a sudden, what was just a steamroller of a round 1 has turned into roadblock after roadblock in rounds 2 through 4 that RMIT have stumbled, tripped, and face-planted off the back of. Time is not their friend on the attacking side, and with all these trap operators hampering and hounding them every single step of the way, Swinburne are masterfully dismantling every single approach to the site.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
That at least was one of their better rounds for RMIT. I mean, they had that in the middle position, the 2v2. They at least had the information on that first, and it seemed like they might be able to get something done. Doesn't work out in their favour. This becomes the issue. It sort of feels like that QUT game where, yes, QUT, they had their opportunities, they had their chances, they didn't take them, though. Scoreline ended at 7-2, but it could have been so much closer. It could have even, in a well, been in their favour, but that's where that difference comes between, you know, those teams that are down towards that bottom 3, like RMIT, and for the Swinburne side, well, yes, they're not one of the top teams, but they've shown enough. Like, you're not getting just 3 wins in the season so far without having some sort of understanding of how to play these rounds, to control the momentum. And now look to try and make this 4 in a row. RMIT trying to stop the rot here.
They can. We'll have to see. And so far, I mean, you got to respect that Swinburne looking to play not just the game itself, but the mind game aspect of it as well. They've consistently got players tucked in these cheeky little positions, looking for these off angles to catch RMIT unawares. And it's worked very, very well. And there you go, Gantz finds Kinzo. That must have been outside of display.
RMIT reeling early on. First 60 seconds, Kinzo already off the board. Let's put some more pressure on these last 4 here. Seems to be an inkling where a couple more can be, as long as Gantz is up, there's always going to be more kills coming in this direction, it feels. They're already up to 7. Leading the way for their team right now. And all is head spotted. They might just have themselves a next. They don't quite want to take the fight just yet, and especially with Samson's going down as well as Devious Bagel. You can understand why. Samson's can be picked up, not sure what they are, but Gantz just swings it. That is someone playing with confidence. But Mblaf will only finally finish off that one onto Samson. So again, we're left in a very interesting 3v3 here.
Player and half while Mblaf wants to swing side, just not able to react in time. So 2 versus 3, and Gantz barely clinging to life at this point, so hardly even the 2. More like a 1.8, but MLY spots the kneecaps. That's your Flores down. 1 minute on the clock. 2 versus 2. Players primed and ready above the site for RMIT, but ready to receive as Swinburne on the defense. Drone spotted. They know that there is information still feeding, but MLY cannot consistently clear these drones and contest this Solar Stairs position. A singular wallbang here could completely undo the remainder of this push.
30 seconds, those drones now. That is some decent information to reveal. Gantz just 1 bullet away from being taken out. Lotus up above, trying to find that angle. Oh, we're dropping, but the thing is, they need to get themselves set here. 15 seconds. And Gantz just stays alive. A triple in the round for Gantz. A quad would finish it off. Oh, Gantz! Beautiful! As Swinburne will make it 4 on the trot, and Gantz doesn't matter the HP. They just shut everything down.
The absolute bullet hose. That is the Evo. That is why people pick Ella. That's why you see people playing Denari. It is not just a weapon, it is a bullet hose, and it is going to spray. And Gantz does just that with a sliver of HP to his name. He was on death's door, but he was not going willingly.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
That they weren't. As RMIT, well, seemingly out of ideas as we get into the last round of this first half. Nothing seeming to work for them. And it might just be that 5v4. I mean, look, do we give them credit at least? And I mean, they've been close the last two. 2v2s twice. Especially that last round, you felt that was their best chance. Gantz on low HP. You have an inkling of where MOY is playing. And it just still doesn't happen for them.
Yeah, just because things look like they should go one way doesn't mean it's going to happen in that way. Gantz just backing himself. 10-1 currently. 12 kills he's contributed to for a single death in the 5 rounds played. That is an astounding number.
Reloading, cover me.
Oh, White. Nice little angle. Trained on that gap. Outside. Drone is going to find them out relatively soon, so I don't know if they were going to be able to sit in that position for too long. In the meantime, bunk it in. See where RMIT try and take this one. And finding openers. Just about converting. It's the next step for them that hasn't really worked out. Jim will get that information around stairs side. Okay, starts to send in a bit more. And should start to grill off that defensives on towards stairs. That's what they want to play. They want to take control of. Still, just the first minute gone. Who is going to be the first to fall for either side? It might be down to Samson's in the first fight here.
Going out, Rotero drones coming in through the top library window. They know full well where that priority is coming, and Gantz again takes a huge amount of punishment in the first 90 seconds of the round, but positions himself aggressively to look to contribute to the team. Logic bomb does go out. With a minute 20, oh no! The back of the Blackbeard found. Lenotis does fall. Gantz, absolute ice in the veins, spots the Nomad to boot around that corner, but Gantz swings for yet another one. What is going on here from Swinburne? These guys are just kicking and clawing their way through RMIT's attack.
Man, oh man, RMIT, they just can't deal with Gantz, but they finally have at least them down. The problem is 2v3. Still plenty of work to do in just the 45 seconds. As they somehow need to get themselves an equalizing kill or break into the site. Surely it's not another 2v2 where they just can't convert. At this point, it's a 3v2. Try to get themselves in. They try to get another opening. Skied, Samson's, Devious Bagel, they just lock themselves away. They know they don't need to take these fights. They can just allow these players to swing into them here. Jump up from Samson. Sky to be the one to knock down Kinzo. And just like that, Melko is all that remains. The leading frags here for RMIT, but they can do nothing as Samson shuts it down. And Swinburne, 5 on the trot for a 5-1 half.
It's being made about the 4 defensive shields in play, and look, it's working. I think you cannot fault Swinburne for bringing this out. It's got them 5 rounds on the fly here on Chalet, which is a map that has traditionally leaned more into that attacker-favoured nature. But RMIT just not bringing that utility to clear out these shields, these defensive positions, and just seemingly no real answer to a man who is willing to swing with more bullets than HP.
Yeah, well, I mean, Gantz, they keep hitting them. So they're just going to keep swinging. And until they get put down, they're going to keep doing damage. So RMIT have to try and claw this one back. It's the exact same scoreline we had from our first game. A 5-1 start at the half for Uni of New South Wales. They were able to convert to 7-2. And it looks like, well, we will wait and see to see if Swinburne are able to do the exact same here.
Well, Monty coming through for the attacking side. Somewhat more reliable than the Blackbeard, but only slightly. 2 shields brought in comparison by RMIT on their first defensive round, but they do have that Kaid. Not something that we've seen utilised tonight on Chalet.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Setup begins. Perhaps a change of fortunes here for RMIT. Like, usually, about 50-50. They maybe swings one way or the other, but Unileague side of things, it's maybe a bit more irrelevant in that regard. But still, they can get the first. Maybe claw together a couple in a row. Just get inside Swinburne's heads. They can make something on this, but Swinburne just one round away from getting themselves map and series points up and putting through their 4th win on the season.
Yeah, look, like you said, while Chile tends to lean more to the attacker side internationally on the global stage, collegiate competition seems to be a little bit insular in terms of that meta and how things tend to play out. It always does get a bit weird and wonderful, and you'll love to see it. Oh, can they not? They can't. I don't think they can hit that razor bloom from that angle. That's a bit rough. Okay.
Well, they're being spotted out.
They Thatcher it instead. Okay. That's, yes. I mean, look, that's one way to do it. Oh.
I mean, that's what you got to get. You get it done. Doesn't matter how sometimes. Not the cleanest of entries in here from Swinburne, but in they've gotten Samson's. Only taken about 2 steps forward, copped a barrage of bullets. They're down to just a quarter of health, so they're in trouble, and now it's nothing.
Luckily, they do have a Monty, so they can just stick him in front and get someone up there for the revive. But oh no! They've been emboldened. They've been absolutely emboldened as Samson has dropped as well. And old Jim Beverages, the man himself, has found 3 on the fly.
Well, RMIT, exactly the round that they seemingly were after here. The Swinburne, not how they wanted to get this attack underway. Will fall to pieces rather quickly. Still 60 seconds left of the clock, and look, Gantz is up. We know what that means. This round, not quite done just yet. But it is a lot more pressure this time. They've usually at least been even or had some sort of player advantage. Not so here as we tick down to 40 seconds. Emblaff has melee, and Emblaff will actually find the last 2.
Oh, he just lines them up, yeah, just lets her rip down the library hallway, and well, he gets it done. Okay, this could be a first. Down to the basement.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, this is not a usual one here, but doesn't look like we're going to be getting that one at least this time around.
Attackers need to
I'll tell you
locate
for the first floor
bombs
instead.
they can.
More of a usual around in the dining and kitchen. But look, if I'm RMIT, I'm pretty happy with that round there, that you finally get one back after the only previous one was in a 5v4 in your advantage. But yeah, they just shut down Swinburne completely there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit rough. It was, unfortunately, just sort of feeding into the meat grinder by the end of it. And Jim Beverages, absolutely from that mezzanine position, single-handedly defending the push in towards library was, I mean, look, kind of crazy if I'm being honest. You had a Monty, a Gridlocker, and of course that Thatcher, and he just It wasn't even main weapon either. It was just pistol out, good to go.
Shield deployed.
As I was going to say, there's some cameras outside that haven't quite been dealt with yet. We're down, feeling a bit there, so I think Gant's playing sort of that lower floor area. Start to make some openings in and around the site, and again, you sort of it looks like what they're trying to do is you get Deepest Bagel, Samsons, and Sky playing sort of a three-man closer roam together. You can see that in the first round, it didn't really work out last time, and then you sort of have Gantz and, well, the others, I was going to say, Millie left to do it around the rest of the site, but Kinzo, once again, an opener here for RMIT. Just defensive start. The goods here.
I mean, my biggest concern is, even before we crossed the 2-minute mark, there was 2 drones left remaining. Just for Swinburne, that drone longevity has been lacking a little bit, unfortunately. Means they don't have those late game information gathering tools. On top of that, they've then just lost that chip, which is your main tool to enabling this thermite to do its job. Otherwise, you're just not getting through those breaches of the Kaid in play unless you get a hero grenade. But Gantz falls courtesy to Tuberel. That AR-15, such a lethal weapon in the hands of the defense.
I'm changing mags.
Sky. Oh, Molly trying to creep forward in here. It's without these drones, you really are starting to go in blind, so you have to start hitting your shots. There's one. Jim Beveridge has dropped out of the round, but Samson's down low. Actually does get Imblef though, and maybe, just maybe, there could be a chance for this one here. Side is thinking of just going for the defuse. Oh, I will say the plant there in the smoke, it seems to be working out. He's pushed it through. It's going to get close, and it is done. So now the 3v2 for this one here. Kinzo will notice playing closer with each other. They got some damage, but not quite the kills. Kinzo will find Molly. Now he's looking for more there. It's the corner trap. They're trying to find a little gap. It's presenting itself with the shoulder. Meanwhile, up and above. Oh, Samson's down.
That's a mistake.
And now it's just Sky, and they can just start counter defusing here. They are in such an awful position to try and get this one. They hit their shots. The first. Oh, the second as well.
Oh, that was a massive, massive oversight there for Swinburne. By all rights, that should have been a massive punishment. And unfortunately, they let the Monty get a opening and then shut down the defuse attempt. Oh, look, yeah. All they needed to do was just keep bullying him. They just position the Kaid so that he can get that defuse off. That should have not been an opportunity that Swinburne come back from.
Yeah, and unfortunately for RMIT, it has cost them big time. Swinburne up to 6. They have themselves the map and series points now as they look to lock this one away. And I mean, look, yeah, it's just a misplay. RMIT did basically everything right for most of that round. They had the site. They sort of lost it a bit when it went down to that 3-2, allowing the defuser to go down, but then they recover it. They seem to have done everything right.
10 seconds remaining.
And then just as you get it, everything seemingly in your favor,
5 seconds to go.
you make the mistake, and it costs them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, didn't have to be so aggressive. You just hold that angle, threaten to rotate even. I mean, there was time on the clock for RMIT to still get that defuse through and clear out the Monty. All they had to do was gang up on him. He just a little overeager, a little bit too keen, and they give side an avenue back in that was never really his to begin with.
RMIT trying to extend this swap. I mean, the only way they can win this now is they have to force the OT. So, just a simple 4 in a row. Samson's firing on the outer. Start to get these drones out. Finding a bit more of that information, although that time. Not revealing too much there. I'll look to see if RMIT just present anything early on. Something that hasn't happened so far. I mean, RMIT have looked really nice in these opening rounds. Well, the opening starts to these here. They've had player advantage in both. They'll try and keep the same here as well.
20 seconds gone. RMIT's defense here in round number 9. Top library stairs. The Flores is going to be there to try and clear out this utility as well. Have they got the tools in place to deny? Unfortunately, you'll notice he's not had the greatest of runs where Terror Drone does clear out top library stairs. These defensive positions, while having burnt the time, have been flushed out for the time being.
Coming forward, and Jim Beverages down for possibly the last time this evening. Ollie finds that. Haven't really pushed anything else out of that though. Again, just continue to hold these angles, and time is down to 53 seconds, starting to close in on these sites. But they've still got a fair bit to get through here.
The classic Asia Pacific bum rush in towards the side in the dying moments of the round and hoping for the best. Not always the cleanest of strategies to get wins over the board, but one that has done reasonably well for us in the past. Bulletproof cam spotted. That is an ambitious throw. Player towards that snow garage stairs. Gantz is going to find him. It's Kinzo down. A 5v3 with 20 seconds left on the clock, but a smoke is up in play. Not to mention that TCSG, which is an absolute weapon, but Melko sticks his head up too far. Gantz taken down as well. 4 versus 2. Shotgun in play, but that is an ambitious swing for Mblab. You don't want to be pushing your hardest anchor away from the site that far, but Monty will give you that coverage as the plant will go down. Lunotis finds himself a second and a third before he falls, and RMIT wins on time. They don't cover the diffuser.
No, they don't. 6-3. And Swinburne, well, they just left themselves too little time in the end. I guess they go for the the shielding on the diffuser there, but I mean, with that, it had to be perfect. It isn't. The moment that happens, bang, round over. RMIT keep themselves alive. Probably fair enough, I'd say, for them to get a round back, considering how that last round before this one went. As we hit our final bands here of this match and of this half. Swinburne, one opportunity missed, but you'd imagine there's going to be a few more on the way here.
I mean, at the end of the day, Monty is just a door with legs without that gun out. So unfortunately, all the side could do is sit and watch as his teammate on the diffuser falls. And that, I mean, should not be enough to break the stride of Swinburne, you'd hope. But that is going to definitely shake them a little. That could have been the end of the game, but they're going to have to play at least the one more now.
RMIT. Oh, that's 1 of 4, and that's just how they have to basically play this one. One round at a time. Let's work their way through this. And just not think too far ahead. Same can be said of Swinburne. You know, one round at a time. They only need one more to finish this one off, but can't be thinking, again, this one done and dusted. 4v2 position they had in that last one, but managed to let that slip. But just have to forget it. Move on. Preparation phase done. We're into round number 10.
Could be the start of an epic comeback for RMIT, or could be the round that closes this game out. We'll have to see. I mean, you look at it, Gantz was 12-2 at one point. I think it was round 5. And in the subsequent 4 rounds, he's gotten himself a singular kill for another 3 deaths.
Towards Gantz, who's been the star of this show so far. Especially in the first half. Haven't really been able to get much since they got to 12 kills. And again, copping some early damage. In fact, their first kill in about 3 rounds came in that last round there. Needs fly in. Oh, well, they have one. Not hanging around for that one. It's not fall back down towards the side. And Gantz, you feel like they get these drones out. They're looking to try and pounce on this.
Yeah, some of that utility. He's a little bit further away from the door than he needs to be with that super shorty. Yeah, Monty, and there is a nitro cell in hand. They could look to potentially utilise onto the Monty, not to mention those impacts. But there you go, Thatcher. The EM RPG is out, and oh, okay. Yeah, that's not. Oh, okay. So the first one lands awkwardly and doesn't quite work, and then the subsequent one bounces off Monty's shield and lands flush.
All works out in the grand scheme of things. Jim. Keeping passing on this information again. Swinburne, not a huge amount of time, but once again they will find the opener. Jim Beverages has dropped, and well, Melko pushing outside actually gets Gantz, who in the meantime actually with that C4 was the one that was running behind. Will actually put this through. This time the diffuser is going down a lot earlier, or at least attempting to. Well, notice a C4 on the side will finish that off. Well, it keeps them ahead for Swinburne, but they've still got work to do here.
20 seconds now remaining here as Swinburne walk on towards the site. Two of them swinging the same angle. That's a very dangerous call. Diffuser picked up. Samson falls 2v3. 10 seconds left on the clock, and that plant is going down. They're anticipating a nitro, but there was only one brought, but Kins over the flank finds himself the opening, and with 2 seconds left to go, RMIT have done it again. They've burnt too much time, and Swinburne caught with their pants around their ankles. Not enough cover on the diffuser planter.
Yeah, they keep this one going. 2 rounds, which Swinburne very easily could have taken. Just does not happen for them. And now that pressure just starts to creep in a little bit. 2 more opportunities to lock this one away. RMIT closing in on that overtime, and that would be something. Considering how this match started. Portion of 5 rounds in a row for Swinburne. Now RMIT have responded. 2 of their own, and you have to say for Swinburne's one, I mean, yes, they probably could have taken those 2 rounds. Yes, they probably should have lost their 1 round they've gotten in this half. It's just been one of those games so far. But someone's going to win this, Panda. Swinburne finally going to shut this down, or am RMIT going to just keep this one going?
Absolutely. Just manifesting success for RMIT after these intensely close rounds. And notice after that very rough diffuser attempt where he and I believe it was Melko lost the 2v1 in the post plant to side. Arns is back with a very impressive nitro cell to neither plant that last round.
Lurks up above. Gantz. Just one of that last round. I was surprised. It was a shot from Melko that completely off guard. In zone. They've got those openings just above the sights. They're playing that verticality if they have that opportunity later on towards the rounds. And Swinburne here, I think the thing for them is they just need to pick up the pace a little more. Just allow themselves some more time. They did have that opportunity there. They went for the plan with that sort of 30, 40 seconds to go in that last round, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, if you're an RMIT fan, I noticed C4 flying in stopped that, and they couldn't recover it afterwards. 60 seconds in, though. Nothing as of yet when it comes to any kills for either squad, but Swinburne definitely a lot further forward this time.
Absolutely. Clear into the kitchen. See if that vertical sweep is going to be enough to enable Swinburne to actually lock this game down, or if RMIT string together yet another. It has been a pretty brutal run of it so far. Monty opening up those opportunities, playing that information, even coming up huge in the situation when the guns come out. Consistently, RMIT have just burnt so much of this time in these rounds that Swinburne have been unable to capitalise.
It's not like they want to continue forward, but they're just not sure how to do it. Elko sending out more damage. Again, like 60 seconds, and you just feel like they are really stuck on what they want to do here. And Jim Beverages will finally answer with an opening kill on a round. They've been knocked down a fair of the few previously. Not this time, though. Spams through from Gantz, not far away from finding a kill. They need more than that. Just the damage. It's those kills, and Jim's got another. Sky just dropped. That's the diffuser along with it as they tried to make their way in. Gantz tries to do what they can. The notice again. The C4 in a perfect spot. Emblaf's got Molly. And just like that, Devious Bagel, all that remains. The individual subbed in from Swinburne. And they've got absolutely no chance in this one. Position now revealed. They spam through. And I don't think they'll even get the one here as they all set upon them. And RMIT a flawless round, and we are one round away from OT.
The match started with a flawless win going the way of RMIT. Swinburne opted to play the 4 versus 5, and that was a 5v5, and it was yet another flawless round for RMIT, who, like you said, one round away from forcing overtime. And Bar Gaming, it seems, will be the side of choice here in this 12th round. But to see whether or not RMIT can close it out, it did come from an absolute Tom and Jerry round, where all it took was the smoke running around the Monty to kill the diffuser planter and steal the round away.
Three opportunities to try and shut this down and win out the game for Swinburne. All have been missed. They've floundered in a couple. That one from RMIT, though, that was just a dead set defensive hold. And there was nothing Swinburne could seemingly do about that. And are they out of ideas, or do they have one last one in them to get this done in regulation? Otherwise, RMIT, if they can get this 4th in a row, OT is where we head to, and 8 will be that magic number.
Exactly. Looking at the lineups, Molly makes an interesting call on the attack, but we'll see if it pays off. There's definitely operators they probably could have bought that would have enabled them a little bit more, especially on that information gathering side. But it's Jim. He draws first blood here in round 12, and that's again your top fragger in the server removed before he can have impact in the round.
Oh, and Malco's got Samson's. This one, you can see the writing on the wall almost, and it's only 50 seconds into round number 12. OT is where we're going to be heading. Unless side Devious Bagel Millie can find something here, but does not seem like it's going to happen. They've just not had the answers on their attack. Unable to shut this one down. And are they going to live to regret it as RMIT? They just get themselves this OT win, but they're not quite there yet. 90 seconds. And Melko has been dropped there by Millie.
Unfortunately, it's effectively a 2.5 versus 4, which is the real problem. Monty, yes, is technically an operator, but more often than not, he's got that shield up, so he's not going to have guns in play. Not going to be able to shoot back without some committal of his own body and opening potential damage here, especially with the Nitro still in play as well for Lenotis, who has been on the money with the last few. A minute now on the clock, and you can see these angles just a little bit spread, not the traditional spots, playing in some of these off angles to try and catch Swinburne off guard as we hit the final minute.
Making their way forward, slowly but surely, but RMIT, all they really have to do here is just play the trades, the one for ones. Feels like Millie has to be the one to sort of lead this forward. Found one. I wonder if that information really wants to go and chase or push a little bit further in.
They convinced someone's sitting in mud. They absolutely convinced someone's in mud, but no, it's a player coming up from the basement stairs. An aggressive swing that pays off big time. Millie has no HP to work with an Emblaf. Swings wide through the hatch, gets the kill. Smoke grenade down, Devious Bagels. It's all on his side. In a 1v4, and he can't get it done. Jim Beverages, a beverage dynasty, it would seem, forces us to overtime.
RMIT run the gauntlet, 5 on the trot. Swinburne will stay on the attack. Which is the last thing they want to do right now. Man, oh man, this is just headaches across the board here. Oh, the Swinburne squad, they seemed like they'd recovered. They were doing this one with ease. All seem right in the world, and then RMIT have locked in. Stolen a few rounds they maybe shouldn't have taken, but those last two to end the first half just shows how the momentum has switched and the mentality as well. They're hitting their shots. Swinburne all of a sudden struggling to even just get openings into sights, and well, they're still in this though. They need to get to 8. As do RMIT, and now the question comes, do we go all 15 rounds here, Panda? Or is it just going to be an 8-6 to one of these sides here?
I mean, look, as much as I do want to see it go full overtime, I don't know if Swinburne has enough left in the tank to go this further beyond this point. There will be 2 attacking rounds for them, which has not been their strongest suit by any stretch of the imagination. 2 back-to-back 5-1 defensive halves. RMIT starting off in the defense just have an innate advantage here.
Across to Jim. Jim, I gotta say, these last couple of rounds especially, I mean, he was 4-8, sort of playing their role. They've absolutely come alive when it's mattered most for their team. Enzo, Melko, Mblaff, everyone. Lenotis as well. Just those C4 kills. A stagnant first half they had. Now, all this information now. Samson's getting some decent information with the drones. Now to get a bit more confident. This is the thing for Swinburne. I'd love to see them just go a little bit quicker. But at the same time, I think they know that if they don't clear these angles, RMIT is starting to hit their shots, and you look towards Gantz, who's really just been shut down in that second half. Are they able to create a spark again and just find an opener here?
I think that's the main problem. They just can't go fast. Again, 2 minute mark, 2 drones remaining. Swinburne just don't have the ability to get that information, to feed it through to those key fraggers like Gantz, who for some reason that I can't quite figure out has been switched onto the Thatcher. I mean, yeah, look, he's gone from 12-2 to now 14-8. So essentially in the second half, he's gone 2-6, which is a brutal shutdown here. Given the momentum he was helping to generate for the team, the Thatcher already going to work. Shots into the kitchen. Lenotis down. That is one of your 2 nitro cells. RMIT, maybe anticipating needing a second, have brought it. Oh.
Kinzo immediately actually ready for that one. Able to refrag back into the 4v4. So Swinburne, one little opening, shut down pretty quickly. And I do wonder if they're aware of where Jim is sitting here. Okay. It's around these corners again, Swinburne. They're just leaving themselves with not too much time remaining. Jim's position now revealed. Sky can sneak away past that one, and Samson's does deliver onto Kinzo. And now this becomes a little bit more difficult for Jim. Yes, he's going to have some verticality from behind, but he's still there, and they still haven't quite dealt with him. Samson's, though, the double in the round. Gantz should get the diffuser plant. And now, finally, is this where they break through as Gantz gets Mblaff, comes off it. Not sure how he gets away with that as Jim. He's done what he can. But it will not even be the bullets to kill him, the util.
He clips a pinky toe on a track stinger. That's a grim way to lose. But they took out both nitro cells critically. Melko pushes up and dies. And the one operator with a second nitro cell who could have potentially interrupted gets taken down. Oh, that is grim scenes.
Swinburne. Well, this is their opportunity now. You've already had 5 chances. I don't know if you really call it lucky number 6. You just call it 6. And you're on your defensive side where you took your 5 rounds in the first half. If they're going to shut down this RMIT comeback, has to be here and now.
Absolutely. Again, statistically though,
Bomb located
it's
by attackers.
still, again, internationally, an attacker-sided map, so you got to wonder if maybe that does come into play a little bit here. The Glaz being considered by Mblaf, the Thinker as well, the Ying, the Blackbeard, and of course that Ace just as a bit of an enabler. Side, bring that Bandit, he got a magnificent trick off earlier in the game on their defensive half, but it is
10 seconds remaining.
downstairs. Kitchen and dining, of course. They've brought that Frost
5 seconds
and
left.
the Ella once again. So if they can clear out some of this util, RMIT might just be able to make this one work and take us the entire distance on Chalet.
As long as you keep your helmet on. Loading new magazine! It's mine!
Now the pressure back on RMIT. They did so well to work their way back into this, to send it to OT when no one thought they could. But is it all going to be for naught? As they drop that next round to follow. Even though they've done all this, they still haven't had a match point, and if they want one, it has to go all 15 here. But, as you said, Panda, it hasn't really shown at this game, but this map can lean towards the attackers. So if RMIT learnt anything from that first half, that they can switch things around here. Samson's that information on Jim, who's been putting in good work in the second half of what's been following, but Melko gone early. That's not what they were after. Jim responds, but Samson straight back, and the Kings go Sky with the double.
They've got diff control.
All Jim.
They've got diff control to boot. They know exactly where it is, and they are just sitting operators on it. Jim, and this is not the gun that you want in a 1vx clutch situation yet. It's hard, and especially in the hands of Jim with Gantz going down. It would have to be an ace clutch here for Jim to take this and force it to absolute final round. Max OT. Ping's coming through where that diffuser is. There are players watching through the verticality. Does he have any clue, any inkling of where they could be? And then you've got to consider as well those welcome mats, Grismot mines as well. Spots a player, air jab, primed and ready. Just going to throw it up the solar stairs. No, just baits it out. He's waiting. It's a shotgun as well. Triple kill now for Jim. Has an inkling that someone's sitting there in the master bedroom. Clears the camp. Just going to take it slow. It's Samson. Samson around the corner takes some big damage. Swinging the other way. It's just a mind game now as he just dances around positioning. Will back himself off, and Jim has to take a breath.
Trying to find this, it would be some sort of clutch up, but he's not clearing that right side as Jimmy does get away though. Will jump down. Up on the top. Fuse a plant.
That's an interesting air jab like that. She's just ducked into the shrubbery. Looking for a diffuser attempt here. Jim, has he got anything? Oh no! Team Nitro from side! They may have just given RMIT their avenue back in, and his clueless side is so lost as to where he could be going, and drops into Jim! What a clutch from the Bevo himself!
Oh my lord, Jim. First name Jim, last name Beverages. That is something to behold. And Swinburne even give him a helping hand. Technically steal that away from the ace clutch. But it's a clutch nonetheless. Of course we're going all 15.
Jim Beveridge, ladies and gentlemen, living up to his namesake. Ice cold in the cooler, ready to go.
Oh boy. Well, we talked about mental. I don't know if you could be any more in the bin if you're Swinburne right now. I mean, just how does that happen? You do everything perfectly. It's a glorious round. You're up at a 4v1. It's just Jim to deal with. All you need to do is just play around the diffuser, play off each other, double swing together, anything, but give him 1v1 fights. Exactly what happens. And Jim is good enough to hit every single one of them. And now this
Like exactly
game
what
comes
happened
to
to
its
Side in the
conclusion.
post-plant situation on Kitchen Dining, where they decided to swing one by one and gave him the double as a Monty. Yeah, look, maybe it is just karma swinging back and forth, but this is it. This is the do or die round. There is nothing beyond this point, effectively, in a best of one round here on Chalet to see who takes out the victory.
Man. Of course it had to come to this, and now, Swinburne, what do you have? This would be...
Oh, my lord.
Oh, absolutely disastrous if they lost it! But Millie the double! In the blink of an eye, a 5v3! What we've seen the previous round, though, this one's far but over, but Swinburne, surely it is their 7th opportunity to shut this game down. Can they finally lock it in?
A chance happening, takes down one of the 2 Nitro Cell holders and the smoke to boot. RMIT, 2 of your key players in denying this, gone. Now, of course, once again, Swinburne lacking that information game. Could it be entirely on the shoulders of this man right here, Jim Beverages? It would likely mean a 20 bomb to secure the victory. Oh, Melko. Melko strikes, and so does Jim! What advantage! MLY gets 2, but they lose 2. Jim's down, that's a 3rd. This could be an ace for MLY. It is ebbs and flows.
What is happening right now? MLY now the chance to be the hero. As Mblaff and Melko, all that remain. There's still so much time on the clock, and Swinburne, it's something they haven't actually had a whole lot of in most of their attacking rounds, and now are they even sure what to do with themselves? Samson's peeks around the corner. Oh, misses the first shot. Dangerous place to be.
Passing like
Both
ships in the
will just
night.
wait.
A singular drone. There's just no information feeding through here from Swinburne. Oh, but the turn at the wrong time. Flash tucks into the corner, trying to avoid the white screen, but it's not followed up on. That's the problem. And Mblaff once again tucks in by that half wall. The one remaining drone is now cleared out, so they just don't have tools for gathering information. Done, chucked deep into the office. Is their cover? You can see Melko deep in towards the bedroom, looking for a long angle onto that office door. This is a dicey spot. MLY for a 4th. 1 to go, and it's Melko, the gridlock, the hero. One player tucked into the bedroom, just sitting around the corner waiting, and it's Devious Bagel. How devious is he indeed? Looking for the plant on the half wall. MLY holding that cross in towards bedroom. Swing onto the study door. Swing wide for the gridlock. No ace coming through. But it's a 2v1. They're still out, and Devious Bagel, the substitute, the emergency fill-in for Swinburne, slams the coffin shut.
Oh my lord, what a game and what an ending. Swinburne, they have to take every single opportunity, but it finally goes in their favour. 8-7 as we get all 15. Man, MLY, Gans, Jim, there were stars, the moments across the board. Boy, oh boy, Panda, what a game it was.
If M. Night Shyamalan got involved in Rainbow Six Siege, that is the kind of game that he would have produced.
Absolutely, it would be. So, guys, off that, we are going to go to a quick break just to reset off those 15 rounds. When we return, we've still got 2 games to go this evening, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Siege right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that short little break. I don't know if we're able to get over what we just saw either today or anything else, but we will attempt to, of course, try to get through that one. We've got 2 more games of Siege to come up here, but before we do, of course, get into what we just watched, what we've got coming up, we are, of course, going to thank our sponsors that we do have with us, and we're going to start off with AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provides the best in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
Yeah, of course, they're not the only ones backing the Uni League here, of course. We do have HyperX and Officeworks behind the scenes. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. Push performance to the limit with the latest in gaming tech, from high-spec to precision gear. Officeworks definitely has what you need.
That they do. And finally, Indomie, the noodle partner, made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie Meagorine will certainly brighten your day. Try any of their flavors. I've just lost the plot here. Available today for your local grocer at indomie.com.au. Man, thanks to our sponsors. And it does seem, Panda, that the last game we had has just taken my ability to speak English away, because it left us all speechless. It was a game. You got to have to say, fair play to RMIT for making it such, considering it was at 5-1. They couldn't quite get the job done there, but now, of course, we look towards our next game between Monash and QUT.
Look, this is all I'm saying is this is why it's important to fuel before a broadcast. If he'd had a bowl of Indomie, he would have been firing on all cylinders. Eat, hydrate, all that important stuff, especially before you do all the nonsense talking like we do. But yeah, coming into this matchup, I mean, Monash versus QUT. Is this Hills, former Pro League player. Hills, I'd have to double check that. I could be wrong, but we definitely have had a pro player, a semi-pro player. I can't remember quite where he ended up in Oceania that had that name.
Quite possible. We'll have to do some research into that one. Perhaps Prod can give us an idea when they're not, of course, not producing the show, when they've got a moment spare. We've had don't think so, apparently, but we'll get back to it to see if we've got some more information there as we get to Monash QUT. Monash, of course, apparently they're yet to find themselves a win this season. They're trying. They've had a go. And perhaps tonight is the night where they manage to change that narrative and put themselves on the board. And up against QUT, of course, we just watched in the first game.
Yeah, coming back into it. So, I mean, look, both these teams should be feeling, well warmed up coming into it. But Poopy, definitely, I think, the one to keep an eye on in this server, given how lethal he was. But heading to Cafe Dostoevsky, there is always just shenanigans that can happen on this map.
Oh, that there is. I do wonder if we'll get the same sort of play that we had from that previous match. I mean, it's going to be hard to top that one, but, I'm a believer. I know for the sanity and our sleep, we'd rather not, but at the same time, we're going to keep things entertaining, interesting here. As we get ourselves ready to get this first round underway, preparations begin. Monash will start on the defensive end, QUT on the attack. You pointed out Koopy was a star for QUT in their first game, even though they did go down the 7-2 fashion. They were one to really put forward a lot for themselves here. And look, QUT, they know what they have to do. They know what they have to try and fix up. Are they going to be able to show it against the Monash team, which is what we haven't seen tonight, but what they've had so far, they haven't had the run of form that they would have been hoping for coming into this season.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, just the nature of competition. Some will rise, some will fall, and given how things have gone, both teams will be looking to rise as rapidly as they can at this point. Cafe Dostoevsky does enable a lot, gives you a little bit more freedom compared to certain other maps. Monash looking to get themselves on the board for the first time. Anything is possible in a map like this. Unfortunately, Frog has also just lost a good 80% of his HP.
And at the start, the Frog was after, and neither it was for Kerfing either. Koopy picking up from where they left off in that first game with the opening kill there. QUT look to try and drive home an early advantage here. Monash, not what they were looking for there. There's no one quite entering off this side yet. They're just seeing if Monash decide to go for any more of a peek here to try and get numbers back. It actually will be Hills towards the downstairs area who will be able to equalise.
This is feeling dangerously familiar. I do wonder if maybe it is actually the Hills that I remember from former competitive play. He was a bit of a fiend when it came to the like three, but one round, not going to tell me the answer. I need dropping in to the top red stairs. That is a dangerous spot, and they've got the setup too towards that far through that shield position. Tucked in as the cover, but Electronic, SSD way too far out, and Koopy gets himself a second on the round. Don't have SSD, finds the third, and it is just Frog and Hills, a Boss G and an MPX. Not quite the duo that you want.
Oh, it's a tough one, and now it becomes seemingly impossible as Koopy knocks down a Frog CS, and Hills is all that remains. And well, if he's the man you think he is, Panda, they're going to have to go absolutely above and beyond. They do at least get the first. Koopy shut down, but basically all the HP with it. No, Joe will finish off the final one there. And for QUT, not a bad opening round here on the attack.
Yeah, look, maybe some spark, some shine of what the player that I remember, but unfortunately with the HP that he had, it was a very tough situation to try and contest, even at the best of times. But first round gone. Looks like we're going to double down, go back to bar and cocktail once again.
That's where we head. There's Monash. Well, that's not the start that they were after, but this is where it being early on,
Defenders, protect your
the
bombs
rounds
from
not
being
mattering
defused by
as
attackers.
much sometimes, where, you know, you can't take too much from it. Sort of look at how QUT, I mean, Goopy was that star of the show in that round once again. The openers that they're able to get, really just doing the job for them. Nojo chipping in with a couple as well. Saw Hills, I'm going to respond a bit, but the main thing working against Monash early on there was they just lost so many players to HP deficits. So the moment they got into those fights that they needed to win out, they were already at a disadvantage. So I've tried and avoid that into this second one here. Due to QUT
5 seconds to go.
trying to get themselves off to a 2-0 start.
Attackers
Boss
are
G
moving to
again.
the
The Frog. I mean, look, you got to respect it. It is the Boss G. It is such an iconic weapon in the game, but it is definitely playing against the stacked deck in the game of Rainbow Six. Gimmicky than anything. But utility going down. A lot of information denial here. Kerfling on the Mozzie as well as a mute for Melikov. Air that with the Wehrmite and the Thorn. The util clear is going to have to be heavy.
As Hills, oh, well, he has eyes on what was coming towards them, and I think there's an opportunity they might be able to get picked up. A Frog and Electronic, they're trying to get over there to make this happen. And the recovery should come through, so this will be up. Lost that HP. Electronic swinging, doesn't quite connect on what they were hoping for. And 3 players over to this position, and another one dropped as don't have SSD. Delivers the first kill, that one put through. And Monash again under pressure here early.
Yeah, a grim situation. Koopy and Ojo find yet 2 more. Oh, Hills caught backstop. And little to no HP to work with at the best of times. And Kerfling on this Mozzie. Deep on the road. Oh, he's going to be back up top white stairs. Catches Koopy, but 90 seconds. Diffuser down already. The time now swinging against him. Limited to no information. A 1v4. Oh, this is just unfortunate. Definitely not looking like doable territory. Oh, never mind. Omega gives him 1.
Well, finding some kills. Much like Hills did in the later rounds, the later times of that first half, as an aid will force Kerfling forward, and 2 is all they'll get as Jeddah will shut that one down. And QUT, it has been 2 incredibly solid rounds for this one here. And for Monash, already there's some questions. This defensive side, and they need to answer them pretty quickly.
Just a bit of bad to go on. We head down to kitchen. A bit of a change up in the operators coming through. Kai and Bandit, so doubling down on that breach denial is going to be an interesting one for sure, especially with the current state of the game and all those different operators that can deal with electrification.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Is, well, Monash. Let's see if they, I mean, I felt like the problem they sort of had with that one there is you've got too many players around that one area, which, yes, you know, that could definitely work if you're hitting your shots, but especially just having two players play that same spot, both go down, nothing to show for it. Hills has already dropped the bed, low HP, and that just allows QUT the seemingly to get, you know, already complete map control over the opposite sides. They then hit the flanks, they then hit what they need to. So this is the question here. Do you, instead of playing towards where the openings are, do you just bunker down in towards these sites a little bit more for this one here? Make QUT really, you know, check every corner. Try and get them, but Monash, I mean, Electronic on the move early on here. Gonna play up and above. But Monash, they just need something. Can they find themselves a first here?
That is the question. I mean, it seems like it's somewhat of a tough task for sure. Row order coming through for Omega. The Kiwi operator herself. It'd be great for cutting off some of those rotation angles.
Koopy again, delivering these kills early on. Already up to the 5.
Who's coming out in round 3 for QUT. Obviously they're feeling quite comfortable at this stage, just dropping those fuse charges everywhere around the site. Pops the hatch to boot, being a bit of a nuisance. A frag here with that would make this even harder, but a frog gets himself a kill. He answered back carefully, taken down, as is Melikov. Don't have SSD, just brute forcing his way onto the site. Order cutting off those angles, trying to threaten from long range. Hills finds his one. A 1 versus 3 with 90 seconds of play. Diffuser on the ground finds himself a double. And you gotta wonder, do you believe Hills might just be able to get Monash around on the board, if nothing else?
Well, he's their only hope right now. It needs to happen. Still plenty of time left on the clock as well. I was about to say, Koopy was making their way from behind. Shut that one down. And QUT just continue on their merry way here. 3-0. And Monash, apart from a couple of moments from Frog and Hills, just haven't looked likely here.
Yeah, a pretty systematic shutting down from QUT, who, again, just look pretty locked in, especially with Koopy hitting shots that he's been hitting tonight, not just in this game, but their one previous. He's very, very much warmed up and ready to go.
Load into, well, what is going to be another important round here for Monash. I mean, it's important for both teams realistically, but if they want any chance, they just need to try and make this half. Like, you get it to a 4-2. I mean, we've seen a 5-1 comeback already tonight. That can already happen. I don't know if a 6-0 is going to be as possible, but I'm willing to believe. Get ourselves set for round number 4, and QUT, I mean, they don't really need to change much here. They just keep playing the way they have. Have some fun with it. And, yeah, it all seemingly is going to fall in place for them.
I mean, that's exactly it. They're not having, well, I say they're not having to do anything crazy out of the ordinary. They're choosing to do some weird, wonderful things. Koopy is locking in that fuse once again. Quite happy to bring it to bear, as he found a reasonable amount of success on it in that last one. But you look at it, Nook coming through, Flores, Brava, Sledge, I mean, Omega trying to be a little bit sneaky coming into this round.
5 seconds to go.
Will be attempting to do.
Attackers
Haven't really had to do too much, Omega. Not particularly Jada either. Most of their teammates fighting most of the kills, so they've just been following. setting up, doing what they need to do. UT. Again, Ace is already there, sitting outside. Meantime, definitely playing, it feels like a few more closer back to these sites here, as Nojo almost presented with one early. The shoulders, the heads are coming out, but it's Electronic who responds. Great shot there on the Nojo, just what Monash were looking for.
Flores down 2. You are going to be a little limited in terms of clearing out some of this utility, especially the castles. Yeah, you got Sledge, but you got to get up nice, close and personal. It does expose those ankles. More careful. Luckily they've got grenades galore. Not to mention a fuse. So long as they have the information on that position, they should be able to clear out that util quite comfortably. Omega on the hunt, up on this top floor from New Valk, looking down. Christmas tree position outside of the library. Oh, Hill's taken down early.
Oh, responding. Goopy's been put away, so Monash, this maybe is just their round to get things going. Malikov gets Omega. And now Jetta and don't have SSD are left to try and clutch this in a 3v2. Difficult one at that. They're trying to see if they can get any sort of angle from above, and Kerfling shut down. As don't have SSD, locks that kill in. Pushing for more as well. Where were Electronic was still in that position. Spots the head again. They're playing with Flyer. Malikov in the meantime is getting some shots fired in towards them. Both these Monash players, they just have to respond with their own gunfire, or maybe just get out or find some rotations here, or maybe not. Malikov with a double, and all of a sudden it's all on don't have SSD in a 1v2.
Don't have SSD yet to fall so far here on Cafe Dostoyevsky. It would be his first death. Big shots from Malikov as he finds the final 2. Monash on the board.
Well, they needed something, and they will receive it. Monash, a solid defensive hold there. QT just trying basically a lot of the same things, but this time around, Monash starting to get a read on what's going on. And they will be able to find that all-important first. Now can they start to work their way into this first half? Still the 2 rounds remaining. So, you know, this one, definitely far from over.
Absolutely. Look at it, players don't have SSD is very much a powerhouse in this lobby. And he's going to continue to be as long as those opportunities present themselves. First death. Getting on the board though. Stymies that progress a little.
Yeah, and, you know, maybe that just actually wakes QT up a bit. You get into a sort of flow state almost with those first 3. You kind of feel like you're a little invincible, and then all of a sudden, Monash, they just jump up, take that round from you. It's like almost a good way to just go, alright, not invincible. Let's get ourselves set up straight back into a 5th here. Into the 5th round, lock in a 4th.
5 seconds left.
Put themselves in a prime position. Try and take this series. Get ready and rolling here to start round number 5. And Hills, well, they were ready. Shut it down early. Peek from outside, and Koopy has been taken out.
The more I see him, the more I do believe that it likely is the Hills that I'm thinking of. But either way, yeah, he is. He's also playing a little bit of learn on the job here with the team. Not quite where I think he wants that shield to go, but it's the best with the time that they do have remaining. He is just going to have to roll with it. And also, being taken off the board, there's less tools to reliably get them close and get them off that shield. Twitch coming through though, bringing up that util, being a bit of a menace. There's a lot of traps off, you know, being placed out on the field of play here on Cafe, and that Twitch is going to do a lot to deal with them.
Also getting decent information as well about some player positions. Jetta, I was going to say, was looking and is ready for Malikov there. who tries to pull an aggression outside. Doesn't work out, but Hills has themselves a double. Nojo shut down. They're doing their part here for Monash. They try to keep this one a close affair. QUT, few headaches to work through here.
Yeah, and maybe it was just a case of the old bones needed a bit of warming up. He's not played... Again, if it is the player that I'm thinking of, not played competitively since I think it was 2022. There has been a hot minute. Frag grenade deep onto the position to corner. He's flushed about and straight into the waiting arms of Jetta, who holds the angle, only to be traded out. And it's a trade for trade for trade. Omega in possession. It's a flurry of kills. Brings it down to a 2v2.
As Kerfling is dropped, and now all of a sudden, an advantageous round for Monash. Has issues. Diffuser is down, so maybe there is a chance here still for Electronic. We'll find that first. Omega, in the meantime, has got that diffuser back, and now the 1v1. 30 seconds left on the clock. Omega will make their way over. Let this one relatively in the open. I think, I was going to say the angle there. Electronic from downstairs, they get that impact. Can't quite find it though, and now they've got to make their way up with just 30 seconds left on the clock.
Out onto the rappel, and I mean this is just objectively the smart play from that skylight. You don't have to overforce the issue. There's no nitros to worry about, even has the shock drones for good measure. But Omega, using that big brain of his, just plays the smart game. Electronic looking to get a little bit cheeky with it, but he's going to have to long arm it, and even then, the angle is going to be there. Live pings coming through. Omega steps up, takes an easy as you'd like kill. Brilliantly played in the post-plant.
Yeah, no, it's a hard situation, a 1v1, but Omega plays it just about to perfection. And QUT will get themselves their fourth, so a chance to make this a 5-1 half. It would be the third 5-1 in a row we've had. Monash trying to flip the script, at least take two before we swap sides here. I mean, Hills coming through with a double in that round, and they had the 4v3. Can't, unfortunately, drive home that advantage. QUT will punish them for it. That's to be a couple of others. Don't have SSD. Has themselves a pretty decent round. Koopy, well, they had to watch for basically all of that. Out in the first 9 seconds. So they'll be hoping that they can leave maybe a little bit longer for the final round of the first half here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Attackers have discovered the location of a
been a
bomb.
valiant effort, to say the least, of the defense, especially given how brutally QUT have taken some of these rounds. Monash, to their credit, they've really dug in their heels and tried to get themselves a couple rounds back. A-Frog has been denied his vigil. This time it's picked up by Melikov, who, rather than the boss G, going to go to the K18.
10 seconds to insertion.
Here we go. Last round of this first half.
Attackers are moving to
UT looking for the 5-1. Monash to try and grab their second. Wonder if we're going to have any early peaks this time around again. It does seem like Hills has that idea for it. Fortunately, this time around, doesn't seem like anyone is going to be heading in their general direction. At some point, they are going to have to move off this one here. Some at least decent information you can pass over that you're not really seeing much outside. Yes, it's not completely clear, but still valuable. Meantime, QUT up on the roof. Going to see if they can get anything before they start diving on in. And, well, I was going to say, someone's gone outside. Malikov tried it last time, and again, Koopy out of the round early.
Yeah, second time's a charm, it would seem. And, I mean, few operators better at pulling off something like that than a Vigil, who is just going to be able to skirt so much of that information gathering potential of the attacking side. First minute gone, the shock drones as well being cleared. And that's a big, big piece of utility off the board for QUT. As, I mean, you look at it, Goon Mines, the Razor Blooms, Grismots. That's so much util to try and deny away with the shock drones. Luckily, they do have the Clutch drones as well, and Brava, but Twitch is so much more effective.
Kerfling spot Omega. Get some damage out, not quite the kill. And looking to repeat back into that one as Hills in the meantime has chopped a whole bunch down to the stairs position. They are just one hit away, and Omega has got two there. Curvling and Frog both for SSD, gets electronic, and there will be another for Omega. Nojo finds the next, and in the blink of an eye, QUT have a 5-1 first half.
Yeah, absolutely brutal beatdown on Cafe Dostoevsky. And look, I think coming into it, Monash was always the weaker of the two sides coming into it. They very much the David to the Goliath that is QUT. Unfortunately, this time around, David, he didn't bring his sling. It's back home under the bed. All he's got is, a nice squeezy yogurt, and unfortunately, it's not going to take down a giant.
Unfortunately not. As we get ready to start this second half, and Monash, well, they've got the script for it. They saw what RMIT did to at least get close. Now they just need to put it into complete fruition of that story. Have they got the squad to do that is the question. Smirror and Blitz will be the next two banned out. Get ready to start the agent select and get our way into what should be, well, either a long second half, perhaps quite a quick one.
I would imagine that the latter more than likely going to be the case here, especially looking at some of the operators that have been brought. There is going to be a hard time for Monash getting that information gathering online. As Pulse, Solus, Warden, and on top of that, a Jaeger's any utility you're trying to clear. Jaeger's going to lock down with the ADSs. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a meat grinder, I feel.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Gonna be difficult.
I'm reloading.
Setups begin. And what we saw, of course, Hills trying for those peaks outside, and Malikov playing some aggressive spots as well, bursting through early on in the round. I do wonder if QUT are going to return the favour. He's copped a fair bit of that, so perhaps they wouldn't mind an opportunity just to open up a little crack here. Hit one down early. Give them some confidence back. Considering they've played about probably a full, I think about 30, 40 seconds overall in the past couple of rounds. So they'd like to stay alive for a little bit longer, I'd imagine.
I think, the ideal situation, but unfortunately not entirely up to them, as the other team is going to have a lot to say about it, you'd imagine. You can see Monash petrified that there is some spawn peak shenanigans coming their way, but no, it's not going to be the case. QUT going to be a little bit more reserved in their approach to the defense.
Go thrown out. Oh, it's one. Someone's made their way outside. I'm not entirely sure who that was. Didn't seem to last or prove anything. Or give anything at least there, but Koopy's found the first, possibly Omega with a second there, and that it is. Hills down and electronic. And QUT quickly into a 5v3 situation and looking for more.
Yeah, they're not pulling their punches by any stretch of the imagination.
Scanning.
It was always going to be a bit of a tough gig, but how tough was always the question. Okay, yeah, Nojo caught sprinting. Classic bio move.
Malikov, one back. Filling stairs basically clear. Frog makes their way in. Couple of shots firing off. Trying to open up a gap in this QUT defense. Has to be careful considering they do have the diffuser on their back at the moment. QUT, after those first couple, they lose one there. More than happy to go back towards the sides, but Malikov made this round interesting. Omega dropped. And Monash just have a little glimmer of hope here.
He's drawn up in a clear space. stepping up to that second floor landing. Peripheral wants that info. No more E1D scans left, unfortunately. They're just going to have to rely on drones and eyesight alone. No shields either. It's just going to be aggressive pushing towards Cigar with 28 seconds left to go. One in the piano, ain't over sure. But there is someone there, but that wall cleared off. Don't have SSD. Just swinging wide for the fences. Gets his one, but falls to the second. Not dead just yet, but luckily Koopy's on the job. Malikov on an absolute rip and a tear. 1v1 effectively. Knows where the last is. It's ducking around the bar in towards backstock. 7 seconds left to go. All you have to do is play the clock here. SSD pistol out, running, gunning. He's mind gamed him into oblivion and somehow duck dived and dodged. QUT get another.
I have no idea how SSD has managed to avoid all that. Matrix style, really. And QUT will take a 6th, and yeah, that one hurts Monash because, I mean, Malikov gave them a great red-hot chance there, the 3K in the round. So, well, this is how it comes through. 5 in a row needed for OT. QUT have 5 opportunities to finish this off here and now.
They do. Looking at the operator picks, I mean, nothing crazy. The Capcan, yeah, look, maybe you could consider it a little bit out of pocket, but he's never really not been relevant. Those Capcan traps are always going to be just a little bit of a problem if you're not paying attention during that droning phase. You're not aware that he's there. You suddenly close, you cross the threshold of the wrong door, and boom, you're just completely gone from the round. So we'll see. Oh, he's also running the sausage as well. The Sega shotgun, not something you see every day.
You don't. There's a mega. The rest of the QUT setting up for what might be the final time this evening. The Monash have to try and extend this at least one. They had their moment there, but it was Malikov who had to really provide a spark. QUT mostly controlled that previous round until got a little hairy towards the end. They'll be just happy to play around sights here. Koopy, red hot start. Has been mostly shut down since then. Hasn't stopped them from wanting to take these fights. As the openings are there, the heads are presented. And oh, this is an awkward spot to be in. They might still get the first. Kerpling's down low, but this time it's Electronic who finally swings in. Koopy just playing with the fire one too many times will be shut down.
Hubris, unfortunately, the bane of every competitive esports player ever. Omega, though, will find the equalizer. Nomad gone, and your flank watch removed. There's a bitter pill to swallow, rather. Don't have SSD. The sausage ready to go. Oh, Kerflink with a sliver of HP finds yet another. That's Nojo off the board, and Omega for a quad feed. On for the ace as well. One remaining outside the bakery door. And now Omega lurking for the final. The closer, the ace clutch to win it for QUT.
Well, that's the way to end it. Electronic, the final to fall, and it is a solid ace and a victory for QUT, 7-1. Not particularly troubled throughout here. They started well. Monash, they had a couple of moments, but moments they just were not good enough on the day. So QUT, they lost our first broadcaster game, Panda, but they've bounced back in our third game this evening, and unfortunately for the Monash squad, they remain winless.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, I think what we just saw is QUT lose game one. They then see a prime opportunity to get a bit back of their own, and they punch down on poor Monash there, unfortunately. And Omega, just a statement round to close out that game.
Yeah, made sure that everything was, well, as good as it could be to end that one there. And guys, well, we are going to go to a quick little break off that one, but do not go anywhere. We still have one more game to end the broadcast this evening, so we will be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. That was a bit of an extended break there, but we have our fourth game just about ready to rock and roll here, Panda, as we are, well, getting it ready for University of Queensland up against Macquarie Uni, one that most people have been looking forward to. Top of the table clash between these players, or these teams, I should say. Should be an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, look, some names that people will recognise if they even loosely follow Oceanic Rainbow Six. You know, you got the likes of Scars. And as Scars obviously playing throughout the competitive scene at the moment, as formerly of, having played through the Women's League in Oceania as well. But then for MQU, you've got Nuki, ACOG, old Jefferino, as his friends like to call him, coming through. So, I mean, look, they've got some good heads on both sides, but UQ clearly playing a very, very dominant game at the moment. But MQU, hot on their heels.
Yep, they are. As we go through the teams that we have for these two here, for UQ, Scars, AZ, Wheezy, Anthena, and Panzer. And for MQU, it's Tins, Midland, Nuki, ACOG, and Chef Jeff. The big names across the Oceanic R6 scene, especially around the Challengers side of things. So, expecting some fireworks to end off the evening, as we're playing for the best of the best for this season here. Get into the Banfos. UQ start on the attack. Macquarie are going to be on the defensive side.
Yeah, Chalet, and the Cafe. Round things out here. In MQU, oh, well, this is going to be a pretty classic. Just put shotguns in the hands of someone like Chef Jeff, and he's just going to hold an angle until you're dead or he is, so it is going to be a pretty brutal battle. But Grim Mirror being taken away, in line with what we've come to expect in terms of, the Tier 2, Tier 1 competitive meta, those who are consistently being banned out at the highest levels.
That they are. And we've seen Mirror banned basically all of this evening so far, so not a real surprise for that one there, as we'll see the last two as well. And it is going to be the Azami and Ying. And again, not surprising. A lot of information those two can bring, and not surprising that they're both going to be thrown to the wayside there as the picks will start through UQ Macquarie, our final game of the evening. Let's get this one rocking and rolling.
Looking to get things underway, and in terms of what's being played, nothing crazy out of the ordinary as we head to the third floor. Information and hurdles to get through on the side of this defense. That Frost, more relevant than I would have anticipated coming into this evening.
New camera feed up and running. Camera feed up and running.
As we get ourselves set up for this one here. Starting to put their paces together. So on paper, probably Macquarie Uni have the upper hand, considering namesake at least. But you, of course, I mean, cars there definitely pull through. There's a reason both of these teams have remained undefeated coming into this final day. One of them's going to be walking away with another win. The other, one of their first W's, or both losses. Get ready.
I mean, you look at it, Solus. This defensive lineup for MQU, the Solus there looking to clear out some of this drone utility, and the Valkyrie as well. I mean, there's going to be no shortage of information gathering potential. Then pair it with an Aruni and a Castle. Just a crazy amount of utility to get through. And okay. Again, I stand by what I said. Sometimes the dumbest frost mats are the best frost mats, and I mean, look, if someone falls for that, that is just either the biggest brain play or the lowest brain.
That's possibly what they're looking for, is the overthinking. There's the first 60 seconds, not providing too much in the form of, when it comes to at least any opening kills, but expecting UQ to make sure they clear out every single corner possible before they really start to try to break into the side here. Scars diffuser on the back will drop down. They look to just try and creep this one forward. Players still playing from that above side there, and Scars gets the jump on Chef Jeff out in the open. And no potential of the refrag, and Athena also jumping in with one as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chef Jeff, a couple of shots deep, caught dancing up on the bar. Shut down for his wild enthusiasm. Minute 18 on that clock. The cigar positions are there. They just got to clear these Rudy gates, but there is utility to make that happen nice and easily. There in cameras, it's Athena next to fall. Oh, it's the Frost mat to do it.
Well, you called it. And Nick will finish off Athena there with that impact nade. It's now in queue. Still player advantage in the 4v3, but a couple more problems to maybe deal with here as we tick down towards 45 seconds. Trying to defend these sites. AGON's got a decent angle, but in the meantime, Scars has found one. Make it two. Triple in the round. And now it's all on Nuke, and they just run straight into Wheezy. And that one is all done. A solid start for the UQ roster, as they'll take the opening round here.
Yeah, unfortunately for ACOG, a little bit of sensory overload at the angle that he was looking at. Just too many heads popped out, and he couldn't decide which one to take off. They shut down there. And, well, he's going to be kicking himself a little bit. Would have been a prime opportunity with that DMR to really do some damage. We head down the kitchen in round number 2. They're not going to double down. Look to make third happen once again. But you see that Echo coming through, and has to be one of the most dangerous operators on this site for attacking teams.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
To see respond to that opening round loss. And we'll sort of just a double loss early. It's always a hard recovery if you're on the defensive side, just not from the numbers standpoint, but also the util that you lose with it. So, Chef Jeff, and also for a few of the others. We're hoping they've woken up a bit after dropping that opener there. Get ready to start round number 2.
We're coming in as well, so it's again investment into these trap operators that can slow that progress, but the Deimos and the Ram coming through means that they're going to get information on top of that Solid Snake as well for Wheezy. Scars and Wheezy are going to have an easy enough time flushing out some of these defensive positions. You put a pair of Ram and a Buck with it on top, so these vert angles are going to be so deadly to MQU if they're not up in the face of this UQ attack.
You see he's aware of these sort of positions and going to be left with a lot of angles to try and clear out if he still, if he continues to hang out around that side. So, Doug. I think it was Wheezy outside there. There's the clearance starting in. There's already the 3 from the opening round. He's looking to add more as Chef Jeff taken down to incredibly low HP. Means that his impact in this round has definitely been taken away somewhat.
Not completely removed, especially when you consider that there are still nitro cells to be utilised here, and those Valkyrie cams integral in terms of enabling that play. But
Reloading. Cover.
first 4 bomb site, it's pretty clinical. It's pretty easy to dissect. You get that vert control. You really threaten through those traditional positions that we see defenders sit in on the bomb site, tucked in behind the halfway wall towards Freezer. Hands are going to find Jeff, finish him off in the end. Yeah, it's about making these sites that you traditionally tuck into just incredibly hard to play around.
Slow peeking forward and will be taken down. ACOG ready and waiting for that one there. 60 seconds. Then will start to head down in that direction. Their teammates falling and Panther, the timing perfect. Onto Minolet, who just had no chance to react there. And now the 4v3 once again with 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah. Be a bit rough for sure. Not they can find the success to turn this around. MQU very much playing off of the back foot here. The Snake gets it, scanner out once again, just trying desperately for information. ACOG tucked in behind the Christmas tree here. POP wants to play that angle, cut off any rotate through freezes, make it as hard as possible. With Athena again, just jiggling around. Wheezy pushes aggressively, but it's a Nuke to answer back. 2v3, where's the Echo? Tugs needs to get on the job. He needs to deny here, but they do. He finds the angle with the Yokai, and the Sonic Blast denies the plant, and they win on the clock.
Big round there from Macquarie. Steal that from UQ, who seemed like they'd done everything just about perfectly. But that one piece of util that was just remaining over does the job. It means we're tied at one apiece, and for University of Queensland to be kicking themselves there because they had that on a platter to make that 2-0.
Absolutely. And that is why we see Echo so consistent. He played in the kitchen on Cafe Dostoevsky, that ability to tuck those Yokai drones into hard to reach places and then come out when it comes to plant time. All the Echo has to do is play off-site in a safe position, keep that drone alive, and it plays out exactly as we saw it.
It did. There's operations beginning for this round again for Macquarie. The defensive holds, not much to speak of to start this one here. Imagine to steal that round away, but to see if they do try to change up a bit more. Wants the switch from sights around here, but yeah. If you look towards Chef Jeff, hasn't particularly had anything so far in this one. Still very early days, but almost like Scars, 3 on the board already. 3 of their own as well. Starting this one out pretty strong. Look to see who's going to be making an opening here early. It's been relatively quiet early on in these rounds so far. First minute or so, not much to speak of, but ACOG changes narrative on that one. The Scars taken down early.
Razor Bloom kill to boot. That one. Bro, yeah. And the all chat from Tugs is definitely going to get under Scar's skin a little bit. He's going to be a little bit miffed. Don't doubt that for a second. You got to hope for UQ's sake that doesn't carry on into further rounds.
Well, you lose the last round when you had a 3-1 player advantage. Then you die early on like that. Yeah, the mental.
Oh.
Probably not feeling great.
Oh, boy.
Duke is getting
Nitro
the perfect... Oh, hits it as well. Nice stuff from Nuke.
Oh, it
ACOG's
goes
got
from
pants
bad to
up.
worse.
Oh,
it
dear.
goes from bad to worse for UQ. And now they've flipped the script and gone on the hunt. ACOG's found yet another Theta for 2. That outsteps Chef Jeff, and oh, she died to the hip fire from the MPX as well. Jeff, that's just disrespectful.
That's why they pay him the big bucks. He's usually
by the way.
one of the top players. It tends to be the shotties he does quite well.
Yep,
with
yeah.
Chef, and it's probably a reason he uses them, because that wasn't the cleanest kill, but it's a kill nonetheless. Macquarie get themselves up to 2, and that one was done.
Oh, wow. We're going
Good
deep
stuff.
into the annals of Rainbow Six Oceania history. K16, the former team of his.
He's been around the scene for a while, old Chef, so across the board on many a different team.
He's held a fair few. Yeah, 1620 Kings, Mammoth, Man, Antic, Man Again, Enios, Balkan Rat Nietzsche back in the day. Now that was a team. You talk about, just your boring LFOs. Balkan Rat Nietzsche were just, look, it was in the name. They were a little bit ratty. They tucked into some corners, played some shotguns, did some dirty stuff. Boy, it was entertaining.
people want at the end of the day. Entertainment, enjoyment. Get the preparation started. I was going to say, he said 1620 kings, and that opened up like for a place in my mind. Don't know if the old 16... don't know, they still don't know if 1620 kings still exist today. I've got a strange feeling.
Unfortunately, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah.
A little bit dated. Given that was 2021.
Yeah, so I was thinking that because that was casting their Valorant, I believe, back in the day. Get a chance, I don't think, to do their R6, but...
do you want to know how big a throwback it is? The last time that Balkan Rat and Ichi played, it was when Fury was still in Oceania for Rainbow Six.
Oh, we are going back. It feels like Fury in the R6 scene has been over the Thailand team for what seems like many, many years now. But yes, you have to think back to when they had the OCE squad. Well, we're reminiscing. We've missed a couple of fights going on. Chef Slow Pants.
President Tuhan and Brendo, if I remember correctly back then.
It would have been, yes.
2/5 of the current Enterprise roster, so...
Yeah, Fury knew.
We're going
they just
deep
went a bit
back
early.
Into the vault.
He holds the angle. In time. Where's he just making their way forward? That frost mat spotted. Won't be any shenanigans with this one into that round. Scars in the meantime, shots firing from above. I'm not too far away from him. Players sort of playing for this sort of setup to get some angles up and above to fire on down. Nuke in the meantime, though, has found pans up. Macquarie have essentially a 5v4. Chef Jeff is low, though, so you wouldn't call it much. And with Wheezy finding Nuke, now it is advantage to UQ.
Absolutely, but that boss G, you can't count it out. Right angle, it's going to do some real damage, but Minderland falls to a 4 versus 3 with the logic bomb going out as well. A minute on the clock as we head towards mining and dining. We'll try and make that last little push in, get that plant down, draw order as well. Cut off some of those flank angles, just absolutely lock things down. But Scars has an inkling that someone's coming up from VIP. Locks that position, Jeff falls to Az. And it's all left now down to ACOG as Tugs goes down as well to the Ash in the hands of Scars. 1v4 with a Solace, so possibly the best operator to do it. Az falls, big headshots coming out of that P90 as he rotates up red stairs, looking for the angle into mining. They don't quite have an inkling, but with those tracer shots going through, Scars has the cutoff. There really should be no way that ACOG can contest this at a post-plant. Walks out, Scars sees him, takes his knees. Unfortunately, that's all that ACOG is going to be able to find. A bit of chip damage out, but this should be round over.
Yeah, it just doesn't have the HP, unfortunately, to really make a meaningful try on this one. Shots continue to fly, and it's more of just playing with your food a little here, if you UQ. The timer continues to tick down, and now the chase as ACOG will deliver that kill onto Wheezy.
That shouldn't have happened, Wheezy. But yeah, I mean, just the cut-off angle there from Stars. There was no way that they were going to be able to get this Solace in position to considerably threaten. But 2 rounds apiece here in Cafe. Not the worst. Not the best, but not the worst.
As the elections come through, last couple of rounds for this first half. Are we still going to be sitting tied when we get to number 6? That remains to be the question. There's UQ. Nice settling round after Macquarie had got 2 decent enough ones. On at the rounds 2 and 3. Outside up again. And they're looking towards... well, I was going to say just Chef, Mr. Chef Jeff. He's not really finding much so far. Well, every fight he's taken early on, he's copped a fair amount of damage, if not dying. Only the 1 kill. Hasn't particularly been a factor. AGON and Nuke, though. Absolutely. Loving life. 10 kills between them. But it's just 2 for the other 3. Meantime, Scars has 6. Is he not far behind with 4? And a bit more spread there. Athena with the 3. 2 for Panzer. AZ also with 1 as well.
5 seconds remaining.
As we get ready to start round number 5.
I was going to say Jeff is sort of that strong silent type. No, that's Killer Man. He was the strong silent type. Jeff's the vocal leader from the back. He's better. His management style is akin to Canadians. So while yes, he does contribute a lot of the brain power to make those big brain plays happen, he's not always the one getting the frags. Definitely has a great head for the game.
Yes, well, getting on in age as Chef Jeff, so spreading that wisdom to the next generation of R6 OCE greats. Whether or not we perhaps see more of these uni names come through into that, we might know, but it's not just the brain, it's the kills. Chef is going to find an early one there. AZ out of the picture. They've spent most of this game doing so. 1 kill and the 5 deaths. Particularly enjoying life at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely not. Getting taken out by a nitro cell as well is always very rough, especially for your Dockerby, who is such a significant information gathering tool, especially on a map like Cafe. Some of those little corners that you can tuck into, the logic bomb very much ruins that. Again, back down onto that first floor. No echo this time. All those trap operators, still that Valkyrie as well.
Repositioning. Hands up. Just give Wheezy. Get they need from those sides. There's Athena. Verticality set up. If they can make any picks onto this Macquarie defensive end. Find themselves with a 5-4 advantage. And with 50 seconds left on the clock, UQ need to start making some inroads here because Ori don't need to exactly do a whole amount. Keep the movement going, stay around the sides, just keep the trades 1 for 1. They should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, setting up these vert angles are great and all, but if you can't find a way to punch in onto the site, it is kind of just wasted time and wasted utility. You can see, oh, 2 big kills. AGON and Nuke team up for 1 apiece. They look for more, and it Scars next to 4. Tugs going absolutely hard in the paint. A 1 versus 5 for Athena. Stuck outside. It's a team kill from AGON. Oh, unfortunately, just well off the money. And it's not even the player who got the team kill that got the kill. It was the third party who came up after the fact.
You could say, we'll put it down to Chef just getting in the way there.
Yeah, he's wandered away from his carers at the home, stepped out into traffic and didn't even see it coming.
Oh boy. Well, they won't care too much for Corey because it has given them the lead back 3-2. As UQ, a couple of these attacking rounds really have just fallen completely flat.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
They need to try and switch it.
A16. Man, they are just really leading into the fact that Chef Jeff has been around for a good while now. What were you like in 2020, Granddad?
You respect your elders, lads. Come on.
I don't know. I've spent enough time talking to Chef Jeff that that's questionable.
Oh dear.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, honestly, the man has a future in broadcast. He waffles more than I do.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, well, sure.
Attackers
OCE will always
locate a
take
bomb and defuse it.
another analyst.
Oh, no, see, that's the problem. It'll be getting them to shut up on the show. That's the truth.
Oh, I believe. You know.
Sorry, guys. It was a 30-long minute and desk segment because Chef Jeff just wanted to keep talking.
Oh, well, you got to have fun with it.
jumping in round 5. Yeah. Oh, he's got a shotgun. They've got the Thunderbird in play as well, obviously recognizing that he's just eating too many bullets for his own good.
Making the ideas for... I mean, look. Get Chef on the mic. I mean, Oda we had on the gauntlet last year, and he provided some very good in-depth analysis as Nuke will find the opener there onto Wheezy. UQ just seemingly falling a little bit flat here towards the later half of these rounds, but Scar's definitely still keeping this one absolutely doable. 50 left in this in a 4v4. Copped a fair bit of damage just to find that kill though. Then you have to look to the rest of these players. Panzer, Athena, AZ to do some work, and well, we asked for it. AZ delivers, as does Athena, just like that. 4v2. Jeff Jess does pounce on a Panzer. And Macquarie now working from a player disadvantage.
There's something just so comical about Mendelin dropping a mag and a half through a wall to open up angles and then just getting one tap by an R4 as just swings the angle and gets the kill. 2v3, but Athena and Scar's dangerously low, and there are still those Thunderbird stations in play. Big shots from ACOG across the top of the map. Jeff falls. 2v1. Scars has limited HP to work with here. That could be very deadly.
ACOG. And towards the... and on the side, so... I feel like a lot of this is going to be left on to AZ. Does Scars just play the bait so they can get a double angle? If they do a jump down, it's making it impossible for ACOG to react. 30 seconds remaining. Which side do they look to try and go to? It seems like A is going to be that ending point here. ACOG's getting the read all through the wall as well. Beautifully done. And now it's all on AZ. Diffuser picked up, and I mean, you have to just try and play for it. You have to go for the fight. Doesn't work. ACOG gets it done.
Just ice cold in the paint. What a wall bang initially to put that diffuser on the ground, and because as was the Vanguard, the one leading the charge to try and open up so that cycle plant could go down. ACOG does not give a damn. Sprays to the wall, takes out the low gridlock, and then as is left scrambling to try and get back that diffuser control. MQU take the fort to half and transition onto the attack.
Yeah, UQ. I mean, that's one they might live to regret, unfortunately. 3.5 would have looked a lot nicer. But, as it stands, 4-2. Macquarie have that advantage, and they can really drive this home with the first round here in the second half. The band's through. Second floor is where we'll be heading. Or UQ, as they try to respond here. Don't want this one getting away from them too early.
Yeah, I was just thinking Glaz has been a little bit absent in the first half, but Jeff already sitting on it. Ying and Finker. Two operators that, in isolation, make the round pretty terrible if they find that opportunity to use that gadgetry of theirs, but in tandem, I really not think of much worse.
Gaz is getting themselves ready for the fights, I guess. Pre-aiming the hallway. Swing, knowing what they have to hit. Enough. So these setups here. I do wonder if someone does a peek here. I feel like someone here from UQ just goes, you know what, I'm just going to get a cheeky little outside peek. Knock one down early. Macquarie falling down here or something.
Classic shenanigans. They were thinking about it back in the good old days when Valkyrie cams would work outside and you had it set up good to go as soon as the round actually started. But no longer. You're not allowed to do that because it was just too strong, honestly.
Yes, as far as it is, sometimes nerves have to come through. As looking to get themselves inside. Make sure that everything's up for the verts. And oh, someone, I was going to say, did peek out for half a second. No commitment. Sounding as it would have been. So the first 60 seconds go by. Get to see any of the fights come through.
Oh, he's gone for it again.
Oh, he's tried for it, Scars. It happened. It did not work out at all.
Ambitious, to say the least. Catch was there, unfortunately the aim was not. Nuke taken out, so there is an equaliser courtesy of Panzer. And player and Cigar. A lot of them there. Tugs does catch the stim. Sitting pretty, tucks a Candela well deep. There is little to no utility to eat it up either. It's just those Aruni gates. Speaking of, Pan's looking for a flank and a Cigar, but it might be too little too late as they've moved their way forward. As and Athena both fall. Jeff, and ACOG, and Jeff, unfortunately, typing there, may have almost got himself in danger. Mendelin falls, hit by a headshot through a wall. Of course, classic. Jeff may not have a shotgun, but he'll sure as heck use a gun like a shotgun if needed. Panzer. Yeah, that one's going to be a bit tilting, I'd imagine. But there we go, ACOG for a third, and it's just Panzer who's still lurking up towards Piano. Shot through the wall, gives away the go. Top of white stairs, it's Jeff that's been found. Scan out, oh boy, it's the pistol in hand, but to rotate back down the stairs, back up the stairs. Oh, Chef, he had 15 HP in a dream, and it paid off.
Still finishes it off there, and that is 5 on the board now from Macquarie Uni. They have started to open up a bit of a gap now. And UQ are running out of opportunities. And yeah, well, Chef, the man of the hour for that one.
Yeah, that was some impressive stuff from the Jeff there.
Yes.
Actually, you know what? I'll put it to you. A bit of a question here. So Aruni, her left arm prosthetic. Yeah, it came off. It's been replaced by a mechanical one. She stores her gates, you know, the Aruni gates in her arm. Do you reckon she has, like, a going out arm that doesn't have Aruni gates in it as well? Or is she just constantly walking around with them? Like, you know, oh, which way, miss, do you know which way it is to the bus stop? Oh, it's over there, and just launches a gate out into traffic. It lands, and then someone's car is getting cut in half.
It's a possibility. I feel like if you'd have sort of just an array of arms, you know, customizable ones.
You'd think.
I don't know if you
surely. Otherwise, she's just walking around with military-grade technology on her wrist. Like,
that's true. I mean, yeah, I feel like it'd be the smart thing to be able going out on, but
yeah, like signaling for the waiter at a restaurant, and suddenly no one's getting in the front door because that's been locked down.
Well, I guess the issue is how much are these agents actually getting paid? Because I'd imagine a mechanical arm's not cheap. So...
How much grass are they allowed to touch is the real question. We're also assuming that Aruni gets to go out and do stuff.
They're not just.
She's too busy getting run down by NQU, and there. Speaking of Aruni, it's dead now. Weezy's been taken out by the counter DMR of Dokubi.
They're really trying these early hits, and look, well, Athena, they have responded at the very least. So we're back in the same situation we were last time in a 4v4. As well, this is a pivotal round here for UQ. They must, you feel, get this one. Macquarie get up to 6. 4 map and series points on the board. It's a hard one to come back from.
Absolutely. The 4v4, unfortunately, there being a Finker in play, does nullify some of that damage threat that had been dealt out to MQU. 2 minutes to play with. That solid snake once again in the hands of Chef. He's come alive a little bit. He's certainly not popping off by any stretch of the imagination like ACOG is, but he's going even. Which, oh, never mind, he's dead.
Put that one down. There's a little bit of a caster curse there as Jeff falls.
No. If there's anyone who is just able to manifest his own, downfall, it's got to be Jeff.
Loading new mag.
We just put the blame straight on Jeff then for that one there.
Absolutely.
As Macquarie are going to retrieve that diffuser. Still plenty of time in the round, but those numbers they have is starting to become a bit of a problem, especially when Dolan falls here. Answer decides not to face that straight away. Oh, and they live to regret that. They go to do the extra bit. AGON grabbed them, but they're put down. It's
Oh,
oh no, you can't be doing that.
Well, someone's about to retire from Uni League, that's all I'm saying.
Oh no.
Guys, I've considered it. That was rough.
Well, you're going after the man that's got no kills so far either. That's just rubbing salt in the wound.
Yeah, look, it's a bit rough. Oh,
Well,
dear.
I mean, UQ, keep things interesting. 3 to 5. Not going away just yet. And pretty solid round with a bit of just little disrespect at the end as well, just to make things even a bit spicier.
Look, as a great esports athlete in the Rainbow Six Oceania community said one time, and then again several dozen times, it's 95% mental at the end of the day. And if you can get under your opponent's skin, which I would very much imagine has happened in that last round, it might just make things a little bit worse. It may capitulate.
Loading new mag.
Trying to achieve. So we look across to see who is going to be able. This in very important round number 9, Scars. There's a little bit of a gap opened up there. Decides not to go for it, but I mean, he's been opened it up.
Boy.
He's more than happy to take the fight. He's not far off hitting that as well. It was more of a preemptive shot in, I think, there from Macquarie, knowing that they've been playing these closer ones so far.
Activate control.
Someone nearly got a buzz cut. Always a fun time. Yeah. Again, a game that feels like it is still closer than it really is. Like, you'd think that there's a couple of rounds that we've seen played out, this would be sitting about a 5-5, and I reckon we hit it there. I say that, and Scars is gone. Jeff is... Look, again, he's not going to be the one to blow a game wide open, but boy, he'll make it dicey.
Impact frags, as you will. Chef seems to find, and that is one of the more impactful. Scars has been the leading force here for UQ, and you can just see Macquarie off getting that kill. They just pick up the pace, Panzer with one, but just that. Nuke was taken down decently low. Things settle a little bit more now, but you can just feel the walls around UQ are starting to close in, especially when old Chefy boy finds himself another. AZ goes down. And now Athena, Wheezy, all that remain.
Why did ACOG shoot him? His sledge. He just could have sledged it. He wouldn't have had to go back for the second attempt. Oh, he's just not... It's not min-maxing efficiency here, unfortunately, for MQU. And speaking of maximising efficiency, Wheezy down on the chassis. Just gets demolished by the player who's raining fire down from above. He's clearly setting up those vert angles and he says, yeah, no, I can take this. And then a new one opens up and he's dead. Oh, they're on the hunt. Oh, Athena is just being chased, hounded, and beat down. The blicky out for ACON.
Yeah, that was just every single bit of util bullet just flying on in to end the job. And here we are, Macquarie Uni. 3 opportunities to shut this one down here and now. University of Queensland trying to do what they can.
Oh dear. Yeah, look, I mean, UQ, coming in tonight, apparently, they're not flawless. Both teams lost their first matches today. So there was the first losses they both suffered, but One of them will be ending the night with 2 losses, and the other only a singular one for this, the run so far, which is still very impressive.
Absolutely. It's not flawless, but they're still both going to be towards the top of the table, no matter how this one ends.
Go Pot. Okay. For the first time tonight, and maybe only time tonight.
Oh, well, depends. I mean, look, we've had a 5-1 comeback.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
I
by
feel like the
attackers.
stakes were slightly different for that matchup. Oh,
Yeah,
great.
so the
This is gonna
stakes
be
were
fun.
different.
Oh, it's alright. ACOG just needs to drop an ace, and he'll drop a 20 bomb for you.
Very true. That's what we've been missing here, is the ACOG ace.
Surrogate deployed.
I mean, he's 15 and 5. That's a 3.0 KD, which is, again, pretty impressive numbers in the grand scheme of Rainbow Six Siege, when a single tap to the top of the head will take you out of a round.
Very true. I mean, and also I think we had 3 players, I think, ended up on 17 in that comeback game from RMIT that didn't quite get through against Swinburne. So, been crying out for a 20 bomb. A-King's going to have to be flawless this round, or perhaps, you know, they get 3 this round, 4, 5. Maybe they get the 5. They still lose.
And credit to Mindelin, who did get the 1 assist to avoid going full 007. Although it's no longer 007, it's 070, but back in the good old days, that's what it used to be.
I just feel like 007 sort of only exists for the scoreboard, but I know CS does. I feel like Valorant, I don't know, I feel like that's also split around, or maybe that is kills, assists, deaths. No mind saying a 007. I don't think Mindelin really wants to see that one.
He's contributed, he's got his 1 assist.
That's true, yeah. Doing their
If
job.
it's good enough for Canadian, it's good enough for Macquarie.
Basically the same teams, really, when you look at it.
Honestly, just sign them now. Man, esports LFO no longer.
Well, they've been looking for someone. Perhaps Nady could put in a good word for them. They'll finally find their one here as well.
Oh,
Jay, oh, well, he tries to go for the finish there, and he's going to be punished for it. Scars not having the best of the last few rounds, but they should still remain up here. And Panzer has got Chef Jeff, so going off this one so far, still got 90 seconds left in the round. I think we might be going to another one here.
potentially. ACOG just opening those angles onto the step. Oh, he very nearly died there. A fraction of HP left to him. No Finker this time around, unfortunately, so they're not going to have the stims to play with. They do still have a Twitch, and then, of course, you with that Blaz, it's going to be a powerhouse unto his own.
Well, perhaps this is where Mindelin comes through with that ace. We'll be waiting for it, and they're probably going to have to get it if they want this round to come through, although ACOG's got one. And well,
oh no! Team Nade! Team Nade! The curse of a single pixel being the difference maker there.
Well, you know, for the way that was going for Macquarie that round, that probably was the best way to end it.
Look, honestly, if I'm ACOG there, I'm calling 17 on the board, guys. 3 more, that's 20. Just claim it.
Yep.
Oh.
So,
That one's going in the highlight package. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, that one's going everywhere. Yeah. Well, UQ. I mean, they kept themselves in it.
Yeah,
It's
with
just a-
assistance. It was a 6v4 that round. ACOG health and probably where he shouldn't be. Oh dear.
Well, it's not 17 on there, but we know it's 17. And look, now in a better opportunity to find that 20 bomb. Just 4 needed this round. Didn't stop what it started.
Maybe that was the plan all along. Just, oh no. Oh, I naded myself, guys. 1 more round.
Yes. Oh, I'm not on 20 yet. Let me just accidentally throw this nade and it comes back and hits me. Ah. How could this happen?
Oh dear. Classic That's all I'm saying. No. So I reckon what's going to happen, ACOG's going to get to 19, and then Mindelin's going to take the last kill.
I feel like we've got to get Mindlin one here. They got their 1 assist. They get their 1 kill. We call it a night. Everyone's happy. We don't even finish the round. That's just like Mindlin gets their kill. It's like, oh, all right, that's good. Finish it off there. Or we go to OT.
Okay.
We see how long Mindlin goes without a kill.
Oh dear. Either way. I mean, they put him on an operator that is a little foolproof and that it just... Well, it really... Oh, Scars. Oh, Scars. Chef.
No.
Scars, Chef. Oh, Scars.
And Scars has just been getting absolutely decimated these last few rounds.
That has to be like the Rainbow Six equivalent of a hospital pass, except he set it up for himself.
Chef, so I'm surprised Chef hasn't said anything, actually. He's being very... Definitely not going to bring that up at any point later on.
Yeah, no, I think...
Well, Scars initiates it.
Classic shenanigans here in Oceania. Yeah, it was the longest return to a spawn peak I've ever seen. Wheezy though, will find that equalizer and Ying gone. Or any real effect found with those Candelas.
Oh, is Wheezy somehow surviving? Slither of health. That might be all they need though. ACOG.
ACOG on the shield fuse, I've only just realised.
Yes, which does mean it's going to be a bit difficult to find those kills, and well, Chef Jeff has just about made it impossible to get it up to 20 now unless we go another round here. Indon. Drones out. To see if they can get any more information before they complete what could possibly be the final hit of this evening.
Out. Ran out. Oh, Nuke's gone. So 3v3. Suddenly it's looking less unlike... Oh, yeah, okay, don't drop into that. You've heard of a hot drop before. That's about as hot as it gets. Drops into freezer. There's that dip as well. He's looking for an angle in for a plant. Just wants to try and get any bit of extra information he can. Can just tuck in behind dishwasher. Maybe look for a plant angle there. But swing onto the VIP hallway. Mindelin falls, unfortunately. And it seems that as the one... Okay, he's just snuck his way on. He's looking for a cheeky plant. Is there any... Nitro comes out and lands at the feet, and the shield cops the majority of it. But Jeff's there, providing that overwatch at ACOG. He's still going to get the plant down. Is there another Nitro cell? Oh, he's just sensory overloaded himself. Too many targets, too many angles. Now it's on Jeff, and he drops to the meat grinder. The 20 bomb is still on.
20 bomb is still on. I thought Chef, maybe it was going to be the ace to finish things off there, but well played. From UQ to match point saved. And OT beckons for the second time this evening. Does Macquarie have a chance now for third time's the charm to shut this one down here and now?
Well, do or die. Either you win here or the game's over. Oh, yeah, there's been a couple of crazy rounds.
That's why we watch it, mate. These entertaining, crazy rounds. Hopefully.
Locate and defuse bombs.
Whoever, if there's ends here, if there's ends in OT, they continue to play out that way. UQ, they're staying alive. They want to extend this one as long as they can because, well, I mean, realistically, the team that wins this, they will be at the top of the table. So you're playing for the bragging rights here. And they do it.
Absolutely. Chef Jeff now rotating through yet another operator on this attack.
You can't feed up and running.
ACOG, he only needs 4 of the 5 players remaining, unless we go to overtime, in which case it's almost an inevitability that he gets to 20.
Activating camera.
Just doesn't feel right though, you know, 20 in OT. Had too long to get done in regulation.
Didn't quite follow the recipe, something's not quite right. Oh, okay, we're really throwing back to the old school. Tug's running the Order esports skin on the 5.56. Which is ironically also the gun that says it's 95% mental.
Yes. 95% they could have put towards a lot of things. Possibly not that merch drop they did, but as we get into this round, which has already found again, Chef Jeff, the same. I don't think it was it the same exact spot outside. He's put Wheezy down
Wheezy
this time.
was standing up instead of
Yes.
prone on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, can
Rookie
he take
mistake.
grenades off MQU? That's another one that's just bounced off the top windowsill.
I don't know
Luckily,
if
it can't
do we
land on
just
anything
put
to take Mindlin out.
Do we just put Mindlin to the side at this point? He just.
All I'm saying is maybe it's a good
Images
thing you can't
spots.
cook grenades anymore.
Little Scars wants to extend this one. Has found Targus, has copped a fair bit of damage as he goes for that second fight, but
Time for a wake-up call.
they're keeping this one interesting, although ACOG 17, he needs 3 more for the quad required. And with Nuke going down, oh, Chef Jeff will steal it away. Unless AZ and Athena can pull off a 4v2, Macquarie might just get this done 7-5.
Okay, it's on Mindlin now. Forget the 20 bomb. ACOG's never going to get it. And Mindlin, get on the board before the game ends. A minute to go. Looking for that drone info. They've got diff control. Mindlin's going to be the one to pick it up. 10 kills do not count, unfortunately.
Incoming!
Dim
I
comes
believe.
through. They're looking for that push. Final minute of play as he heads down white stairs.
Yes!
Swings, he's on the board.
Nick finishes it off. All of everyone's dreams come true if you're on Macquarie. UQ not so much. An entertaining full regulation game. And Macquarie your winners 7-5.
Oh, what a game. It had a little bit of everything. We nearly got the 20 bomb. Mindlin just really draws it out and finally gets himself on the board. And self-nade, team kills, really just sort of the full bag, the full Oceanic experience, not to mention a history lesson to boot.
That it was, yes. We had everything we could have possibly asked for, honestly. It was a fantastic final game to send us off into the evening. We've had some fantastic games this evening as well. It's been a fantastic match day. We've just had a lot of fun with it. We should have the results, of course, for what's happened through not just our games, but the ones off stream as well. In fact, Ed, we've got them right now. Would you like to take us away with these ones?
Well, UNSW, a very entertaining win over QUT to start things off. And of course, it was a long run affair as our second map of Chalet came through. Got the full distance. Swinburne started off playing a 4v5, getting flawless rounded. RMIT push it right to the cusp and then get taken over time, and then Swinburne just win it out anyway. And then, of course, we had another couple of matches played off stream. UOM takes down UON 7-3. UQ lose to Latrobe 7-5. Final round of regulation, which no one probably would have called coming in today.
No, you wouldn't have expected that one. So 2 7-5 losses on the evening there for UQ. Not exactly how they would have wanted this one to go, but look, sometimes you have to fall to then bounce back up again. So we go and look at our next 4 results. RMIT had themselves a good evening. Of course, they beat out Macquarie Uni, our winners of our last game there, who were also flawless with UQ coming into today. So they lost in the full rounds for that one. Monash, of course, on our stream we had against QUT. They just could not get the job done there. QUT, a dominant 7-1 performance. University of Newcastle going down 4-7 against UTS. And then University of Melbourne got themselves a nice 7-3 victory over Swinburne.
A full action-packed evening, of course, and I mean, what a way to round it out for us. But all the action here on match day 5 paints a very interesting picture. Of course, it wasn't the only matches played. There was still plenty of action going around, but I think it's hard to beat the ones we had played on stream. We had a really entertaining mixed bag, but yeah, look, it's hard to bounce back from a game where you did have such the width and breadth. And there you go. Macquarie taking down UQ 7-5, and then Latrobe 7-3 over Monash. I mean, top and bottom of the table they were able to take out today.
That they were. So there has been a couple of changes when it comes to the positioning for the end of our match day here. Macquarie Uni will remain Up towards the top as they sit at 7 with 1 game lost there. UQ, the 7-2, not too far behind. University of Melbourne and, well, La Trobe Uni have got themselves sort of set around the 3rd and 4th. We've got a bit of a gap between some teams now as they've got the 5 wins each. University of Melbourne ahead with the least games lost and also the overtime losses they've had there. So they've actually been pretty decent so far as well. University of New South Wales in 4th with the 4 wins. University of Newcastle then ahead of a 3-win sort of grouping from Swinburne, UTS in 8th. And then, of course, we also have our final 3 teams, RMIT, their 2nd win as they get themselves up into 9th. QUT will sit in 10th. And Monash, well, they are still searching for that first victory. They currently sit 0, 0, 0, and 9.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. I mean, Swinburne sitting top 6 and have just been edged out to 7th by Newcastle. So, again, just goes to show that there is still possibility for those top-end teams to be shuffled a few more times going in the remainder of the season.
Well, that there is. Still plenty of action, of course, to come in the next few play days. And, guys, we are just about done here. But before we do go, we would love to thank our beautiful sponsors one last time. We'll start off with AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provides the best in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
Yeah, and also having the support of the likes of HyperX and Officeworks as well means that we can put on competitions like this. Of course, with HyperX, power your game with the latest HyperX gear over at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play, like we saw tonight.
That we did. And finally, of course, our sponsors, Indomie, the noodle partner made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. You can try any one of their flavours. They are available today from your local grocer, or you can also find them at indomie.com.au.
Oh dear. I mean, look, it is a bit of a roller coaster that we've recovered from. That last game really did just sort of have it all. Oh, I've missed the Uni League. It's always a good bit of fun.
That it is. Well, it's been a pleasure to have you on, Panda, back in the Union League seats. And hopefully we might be seeing you again at some point in the future. But for now, guys, thank you for being here. It's been a long and entertaining evening. We hope you enjoy your weekend. We will see you next time. Bye for now.